I bought a microphone. I haven't even played yet, and I'm already, like, banned.
Anyone else feel like they're being watched?
I asked permission. He said it's okay. Hi, Brad. I guess it is, yeah. This is what he gets for never streaming. I don't think I can keep looking at it. If I would have realized I was still gonna have a band when I turned it on, I would have, turned it on sooner.
The Shadow over Innsmouth by H.P. Lovecraft. Chapter 1. During the winter of 1927 to 1928, officials of the federal government made a strange and secret investigation of certain conditions in the ancient Massachusetts seaport of Innsmouth. The public first learned of it in February, when a vast series of raids and arrests occurred, followed by the deliberate burning and dynamiting, under suitable precautions, of an enormous number of crumbling, worm-eaten, and supposedly empty houses along the abandoned waterfront. Uninquiring souls let this occurrence pass as one of the major clashes in a spasmodic war on liquor. Keener news followers, however, wondered at the prodigious number of arrests, the abnormally large force of men used in making them, and the secrecy surrounding the disposal of the prisoners. No trials, or even definite charges, were reported, nor were any of the captives seen thereafter in the regular jails of the nation. There were vague statements about disease and concentration camps, and later about dispersal in various naval and military prisons, but nothing positive ever developed. Innsmouth itself was left almost depopulated, and is even now only beginning to show signs of a sluggishly revived existence. Complaints from many liberal organizations were met with long confidential discussions, and representatives were taken on trips to certain camps and prisons. As a result, these societies became surprisingly passive and reticent. Newspaper men were harder to manage, but seemed largely to cooperate with the government in the end. Only one paper, a tabloid always discounted because of its wild policy, mentioned the deep-diving submarine that discharged torpedoes downward in the marine abyss just beyond Devil Reef. That item, gathered by chance in a haunt of sailors, seemed indeed rather far-fetched, since the low, black reef lies a full mile and a half out from Innsmouth Harbor. People around the country and in the nearby towns muttered a great deal among themselves, but said very little to the outer world. They had talked about dying and half-deserted Innsmouth for nearly a century, and nothing new could be wilder or more hideous than what they had whispered and hinted years before. Many things had taught them secretiveness, and now there was no need to exert pressure on them. Besides, they really knew very little, for wide salt marshes, desolate and unpeopled, keep neighbors off from Innsmouth on the landward side. But at last, I'm going to defy the ban on speech about this thing. Results, I'm certain, are so thorough that no public harm save a shock of repulsion could ever accrue from a hinting of what was found by those horrified raiders at Innsmouth. Besides, what was found might possibly have more than one explanation. I do not know just how much of the whole tale has been told even to me, and I have many reasons for not wishing to probe deeper. For my contact with this affair has been closer than that of any other layman, and I have carried away impressions which are yet to drive me to drastic measures. It was I who fled frantically out of Innsmouth in the early morning hours of July 16, 1927, and whose frightened appeals for government inquiry and action brought on the whole reported episode. I was willing enough to stay mute while the affair was fresh and uncertain, but now that it is an old story, with public interest and curiosity gone, I have an odd craving to whisper about those few frightful hours in that ill-rumored and evilly shadowed seaport of death and blasphemous abnormality. The mere telling helps me to restore confidence in my own faculties, to reassure myself that I was not simply the first to succumb to a contagious nightmare hallucination. It helps me, too, in making up my mind regarding a certain terrible step which lies ahead of me. I never heard of Innsmouth till the day before I saw it for the first and, so far, last time. I was celebrating my coming of age by a tour of New England, sightseeing, antiquarian, and genealogical, and had planned to go directly from ancient Newburyport to Arkham, whence my mother's family was derived. I had no car, but was traveling by train, trolley, and motor coach, always seeking the cheapest possible route. In Newburyport, they told me that the steam train was the thing to take to Arkham, and it was only at the station ticket office, when I demurred at the high fare, that I learned about Innsmouth. The stout, shrewd-faced agent, whose speech showed him to be no local man, seemed sympathetic toward my efforts at economy, and made a suggestion that none of my other informants had offered. "You could take that old bus, I suppose," he said with a certain hesitation, "but it ain't thought much of hereabouts. It goes through Innsmouth. You may have heard about that. And so the people don't like it. Run by an Innsmouth fellow, Joe Sargent, but never gets any custom from here. Or Arkham either, I guess. Wonder it keeps running at all. I suppose it's cheap enough, but I never see more'n 2 or 3 people in it. Nobody but those Innsmouth folks. Leaves the square, front of Hammond's drugstore, at 10 a.m. and 7 p.m., unless they've changed lately. Looks like a terrible rattletrap. I've never been on it." That was the first I ever heard of shadowed Innsmouth. Any reference to a town not shown on common maps or listed in recent guidebooks would have interested me, and the agent's odd manner of allusion roused something like real curiosity. A town able to inspire such dislike in its neighbors, I thought, must be at least rather unusual and worthy of a tourist's attention. If it came before Arkham, I would stop off there, and so I asked the agent to tell me something about it. He was very deliberate, and spoke with an air of feeling slightly superior to what he said.
Were y'all able to hear any of that? Any of the explanation of how I put her in the corner? Yeah, I guess I had something muted. Well, I'm glad you're not stuck there on break, Brad. Alright, so I got Skull Merchant down in the corner by, I screen recorded the scene at... Shit, where is he? Don't come get me. He's following me. He's not. Okay, screen recorded the scene at the end of the matches where she's like walking. And then I took it frame by frame and made each frame translucent or transparent. And cleaned up all the static. And then I put all the frames together into a GIF. And then I loaded the GIF into OBS. And I'm pretty sure there's also a way for me to make her only walk while I'm talking and like stand still when I'm not. But I don't know how. I have to figure it out. Damn it. That was really meant to do when he was on the other side. Oh well. Damn it. No, I didn't mean to come back here. Oh, great. Great. And the rush didn't work. That's awesome. Well, I still got the med kit. I guess you could tell I didn't know how to use the fucking flashlight in my hand. Oh my god. Yeah, get the fucking gate open. Somebody else can get them. Oh, you fuckers! No! Sorry, Boomer. I mean, I know I should have just left, but I was looking the other way and I was walking forward and that black chick was just in front of me every time, so I healed her. Or tried to. If she would have just run out, then when I fucking hit forward, I would have just run out too. Did you two run off, you assholes? No wonder it didn't finish. Fucking retards. They both ran that way too, didn't they? You assholes. Fuck. Fucking bullshit hillbilly. Damn, that was loud. Where is he? I don't hear it that loud when he fires it right in my fucking face. Bitch. Dude, go away. No, 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 no! Get that one too. Get that one too. Yeah, he's really good. Oh my god. One more. Is someone on this one right now? No. They're right there. Who's over there? Yay! Well, I for sure picked the farthest one, but I bet they're on their way to this one. Yeah, he's right the fuck there. I've got no bonus. I'm fucked. Where's the gate? Fuck. She's working on one. She's probably... Oh, there she is. Fuck. Oh, I'm dead. You go do it. Yeah, you go. He didn't run away. I thought he was running away. he found her. Hey, buddy. He saw me. I should have just hid. Come on. Come here. Come here, buddy. Yeah, heal me, motherfuckers. So, there's no one on a gate, is what you're telling me. Are you gonna get in a locker? No? Yes. Move, he's gonna see my butt. Hi, buddy. What you doing? I don't think he has a purple skin. He has a pretty weird green one. Ow. 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 He's got that one. It's really different from all the others. It's not really a pimp look, though. Weird. That one's really cool. I really like that one. The bonus went down. That's not okay.
Yum.
That really sucks. I was depending on that ×3 bonus. Yeah, y'all go away. Am I not in 2v8? Fuck. What the fuck did I do? And all four of us were in the same spot? Dude, give up. Okay, Deja Vu, Kindred, Dark Sense, and Aftercare. Alright, I can do that. I guess I can do this. I'm the wrong fucking gen though. And it doesn't look like they went back to the one that... Damn it. Why didn't they go back? What's wrong, Derry? Kitty, kitty, kitty. I know. Why is that generator over there highlighted? Oh. Never mind. I thought we only had one left. Scary. Yeah, take him that way. I just have a basic med kit. I think I'm gonna stay in and let him hook me. He hasn't gotten one hook. make sure gate gets open first, though. Oh, she's got the other gate. So yeah, we're good. She actually might be doing the same thing. I feel like she could get away from him if she wanted to. And that bitch over there, 99 the gate. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm opening it. You can wait. You scared? Points. I do kind of want that toolbox, but sir. Yeah, that's my cat. Meow.
I get the feeling something horrible is about to happen.
Come here, Derry. You really want to go out? Derry has been missing for like, I don't know, 2 weeks. He came in and he had tuna and he rolled around on the bed for like 20 minutes and now he wants to leave again. Yes, he's a fat cat. He didn't used to be fat, but he got put on special food that made him fat. The vet did it on purpose. Meow. 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 I don't want you to leave. Where's your sister? DeLorean's still missing. She's been gone for even longer than him. I feel like she's been gone for 3 weeks. Even though Scott says he saw her last week. I didn't see her. I call her every day and I haven't seen her. Yeah, just lay down back there. Hide. Hawkeye, come here. Come be scary. Make him hide for me. Oh, I'm in another normal match. I guess I can do one more. fucking totems. Y'all don't fucking bring her this way. Yeah, you did that. And I did that one. And he's coming. Oh, it's Skull Merchant. Hi. I don't really have anything to give her. Sorry. Do you suck at this? Maybe not. Did you see the totem? I saw the totem. you. Shit. Oh, get it, get it, get it. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Oh, fuck, fuck. I got it. I don't got it. I got it. Does she think I didn't see her? Lots of totems. That's odd. For a skull merchant to be using a lot of totems. Fuck 'em. Yeah, fuck her. Help me. That was lucky. I don't know, normal mode was kind of nice.
I get the feeling something horrible is about to happen.
He blew me. Fucker. Fucker! Asshole! Yeah, I'm not invincible because he decided he wanted to heal me while we were in the terror radius. So, like, you can kill me because that black guy decided that you can kill me. But, like, fuck it, because I wasn't gonna get myself off the hook anyway. Fucking black people. Like, running away was an option until he held me down to heal me. I wasn't going to, but, like, he coulda. Maybe I should just go back to regular matches. They don't piss me off as... Yeah, they do piss me off, actually. Never mind. I'm sorry, Boomer. It's not gonna hurt you. I tried to put the microphone on Boomer so you could hear him snoring. Kind of freaked him out a little. saw me. He's wearing an iron. He's wearing an Iron Maiden skin. Okay, I didn't throw all those pallets, but I did bring him straight to you. So, ta-da! Bitch, why are you running away? I went down in front of a pallet on purpose because of y'all. You fucking whores. What the fuck? Where the fuck are you going? No, I've never gone out in blackface for any reason. But I mean, I do have charcoal masks that are basically like blackface. But I don't go out in them. I take pictures in them sometimes. That? I'm not disconnected from anything, motherfucker. I know. Hi. What's up, kitty? That's not catnip. Come here. Come down here. Come down here. Come down here. Ow. The claws. Come on. You know, sometimes I take a shot and I don't feel it for like a while. And then other times the nurse just gets my ass. Baby nurse? Might be a baby nurse, but there's two killers. Yes, I wish I had laser eyes. He likes Wesker. Gay people are so weird. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. My nose itches. My nose itches, sir. That's empty. Why did I pick it up? Stop. I'm not picking it up. Why does it say install trap? I'm not. God damn it, they made me a guide. And my nose itches. Haha. You should have stayed. They do kind of assume that, like, when they see people missing skill checks, that isn't gonna get done anyway. Because there's always so many new people in 2v8 that don't really know how to play. And they also know that when you miss a skill check, everybody else is gonna run away. Oh man, I can't use sprint burst because I'm a fucking guide. And I don't understand the timer. Like, I know it's supposed to, like, reset. I don't care about this match, really. I hate being a guide. Because I don't get the timer. It's like, okay, it's about to run out. I don't know if it's gonna, like, reset or start running out again. Alright, I guess it reset that time. But I swear sometimes it'll be in the middle of running out and it just, like, resets itself to, like, the beginning and starts running down from the top again. And I don't know why. And I think it just did it that time, too. Not that time, but, like, right before it. Like, when I finished the generator. Why would it reset when I finished the generator? And also I know part of that is because I'm not really paying attention, but I shouldn't have to because I'm not supposed to be a fucking guide. Okay, I'll pretend to run from you. Make everybody feel better about it. You caught me. You're good at this. I did not change that. I didn't even open it. I don't really want to change my outfit right now. Kinda want to buy a new one. How much did that hair cost? I might want it. I always hated it before, but I might want it today. crashed my car into a bank like a building? No. Not a building. Right? Yeah, I haven't. My cousin crashed her car into a church. And I crashed my car into a parked car. But yeah, no bank. They're coming. They're right there. Yeah. Yeah, they're there. No, not yet. Bitch! Bitch, what the fuck are you doing, you stupid fucking bitch! Meg is gay. No one's gonna run back and finish it. He didn't even kick it. I just got hooked so you motherfuckers could finish it. No. 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 Why are you healing me? There are other people. I don't have time for you. Who are you? It's you. It's you. I don't have time to heal you. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I'm a bitch. Shiny little fucking light. Fuck you, Meg. That took me a minute. I don't want you. No, don't come this way. Be over there. There's another one. Oh, she 99'd it. Why'd she do that? No, get the gay one. Get gay Meg. Yo, gay Meg is right there. She gonna get out. better get her. God, you're not gonna get her. We got her. Cool. Well, that's a relief.
Until the next dark stretch. Yeah. Cherokee Park. This is Audible. Thompson denounced their dismissal and clear victory as pure cowardice and said he would appeal it at once to the Colorado Supreme Court. Thompson described the district attorney's whole goddamn staff as thugs, liars, crooks, and lazy human scum. These stupid brutes tried to destroy my life, he said. And now they tell me to just forget it. Fuck that, he screeched. They are guilty. They should all be hung by their heels from iron telephone poles on the way to Winnie Creek. The crowd roared and surged forward. Chanting, yes, now, hang them now. And they were the pitchfork.
Like, bitch, fuck off. Why are you coming with me? Got me. I'm crying. I'm starting to really like drinking. What's wrong, Adachi? Adachi! Itachi, come here. What's your problem? What? You want me to open the door? Is that all you want? Okay.
Innsmouth? Well, it's a queer kind of town down at the mouth of the Manuet. Used to be almost a city. Quite a port before the War of 1812, but all gone to pieces in the last 100 years or so. No railroad now. B&M never went through, and the branch line from Rowley was given up years ago. More empty houses than there are people, I guess, and no business to speak of except fishing and lobstering. Everybody trades mostly here in Arkham or Ipswich. Once they had quite a few mills, but nothing's left now except one gold refinery running on the leanest kind of part-time. That refinery, though, used to be a big thing. And Old Man Marsh, who owns it, must be Richard Croesus. Queer old duck, though. Sticks mighty close in his own. He's supposed to have developed some skin disease or deformity late in life that makes him keep out of sight. Grandson of Captain Obed Marsh, who founded the business. His mother seems to have been some kind of foreigner. They say a South Sea ranger. So everybody raised Cain when he married an Ipswich girl 50 years ago. They always do that about intimate people. Folks here and hereabouts always try to cover up any intimate blood they have in them. Marsh's children and grandchildren look just like anyone else, as far as I can see. I've had them pointed out to me here, though, come to think of it, the elder children don't seem to be around lately. Never saw the old man. And why is everybody so down on Innsmouth? Well, young fellow, you mustn't take too much stock in what people around here say. They're hard to get started, but once they do get started, they never let up. They've been telling things about Innsmouth, whispering them mostly, for the last 100 years, I guess. And I gather they're more scared than anything else. Some of the stories would make you laugh. About old Captain Marsh driving bargains with the devil and bringing imps out of hell to live in Innsmouth. Or about some kind of devil worship and awful sacrifices in some place near the wharves that people stumbled on around 1845 or thereabouts. But I come from Panton, Vermont, and that kind of story don't go down with me. You ought to hear, though, what some of the old-timers tell about the Black Reef off the coast. Devil Reef, they call it. It's well above water a good part of the time, and never much below it. But at that, you can hardly call it an island. The story is that there's a whole legion of devils seen sometimes on that reef, sprawled about, darting in and out of some kind of cave near the top. It's a rugged, uneven thing, a bit of over a mile out. And toward the end of shipping days, sailors used to make big detours just to avoid it. That is, sailors that didn't hail from Innsmouth. One of the things they had against old Captain Marsh was that he was supposed to land on it sometimes at night when the tide was right. Maybe he did. I dare say the rock formation was interesting, and it's just barely possible he was looking for pirate loot and maybe finding it. But there was talk of his dealing with demons there. Fact is, I guess that on the whole, it was really the captain that gave the bad reputation to the reef. That was before the big epidemic of 1846, when over half the folks in Innsmouth was carried off. They never did quite figure out what the trouble was, but it's probably some foreign kind of disease brought from China, somewhere by the shipping. It surely was bad enough. There's riots over it, and all sorts of ghastly doings that I don't believe ever got outside of town. And it left the place in awful shape. Never came back. There can't be more than 300 or 400 people living there. But the real thing behind the way folks feel is simply race prejudice. And I don't say I'm blaming those that hold it. I hate those Innsmouth folks myself, and I wouldn't care to go to their town. I suppose you know, though I can see you're a Westerner by your talk, what a lot of our New England ships used to have to do with queer ports in Africa, Asia, South Seas, and everywhere else, and what queer kinds of people they sometimes brought back with them. You probably heard about the Salem man that came home with a Chinese wife. Maybe you know there's still a bunch of Fiji Islanders somewhere around Cape Cod. Well, there must be something like that back at the Innsmouth. The place always was badly cut off from the rest of the country by marshes and creeks. And we can't be sure about the ins and outs of the matter, but it's pretty clear that old Captain Marsh must have brought home some odd specimens when he had all three of his ships in commission back in the 20s and 30s. There certainly is a strange kind of streak in the Innsmouth folks today. I don't know how to explain it, but it sort of makes you crawl. You'll notice a little sergeant if you take this bus. Some of them have queer, narrow heads, flat noses, bulging, starry eyes that never seem to shut. And their skin ain't quite rough, scabby. The sides of their necks are all shriveled, creased up. Get bald, too, very young. The older fellows look the worst. The fact is, I don't believe I've ever seen a very old chap of that kind. Guess they must die looking in the glass. Animals hate them. They used to have lots of horse trouble before autos came in. Nobody around here, Arkham or Ipswich, will have anything to do with them. And they act kind of offish themselves when they come to town, or when anyone tries to fish on their grounds. Queer how fish are always thick off Innsmouth Harbor when there ain't any anywhere else around. But
Who
just
the
try to
fuck
fish
are
there
you?
yourself and see how the folks chase you off. Those people used to come here on the railroad, walking and taking the train at Rowley after the branches
I
dropped.
can't really use you
And now they
anyway.
use that bus.
You're just gonna blow skill check.
Yes, there's a hotel in Innsmouth called the Gilman
That
House,
guy's not done with his.
but I don't believe it can amount to much. I wouldn't advise you to try
To
it.
find the exit.
Better stay over here. Take the 10 o'clock bus tomorrow morning. Then you can get an evening bus there for Arkham at 8 o'clock. There was a factory inspector who stopped at the Gilman a couple of years ago, and he had a lot of unpleasant hints about the place. Seems they get a queer crowd there. This fellow heard voices in other rooms, though most of them was empty. It gave him the shivers. It was foreign talk, he thought, but he said the bad thing about it was the kind of voice that sometimes spoke. It sounded so unnatural, sloppy like, he said, that he didn't dare undress and go to sleep. Just waited up and lit out the first thing in the morning. The talk went on most all night. This fellow, Casey, his name was, had a lot to say about how the Innsmouth folks watched him and seemed kind of on guard. He found the Marsh Refinery a queer place. It's in an old mill in the lower falls of the Manuette. What he said tallied up with what I'd heard. Books in bad shape and no clear account of any kind of dealings. You know, it's always been a kind of mystery where the Marshes get the gold they refine. They've never seemed to do much buying in that line, but years ago they shipped out an enormous lot of ingots. Used to be talk of a queer, foreign kind of jewelry that the sailors and refinery men sometimes sold on the sly, or that was seen once or twice on some of the Marsh women folks. People allowed maybe old Captain Obed traded for it in some heathen port, especially since he was always ordering stacks of glass beads and trinkets such as seafaring men used to get for native trade. Others thought, and still think, he'd found an old pirate cache out on Devil Reef. But here's a funny thing. The old captain's been dead these 60 years, and there ain't been a good-sized ship out of the place since the Civil War. But just the same, the Martians still keep on buying a few of those native trade things. Mostly glass and rubber gewgaws, they tell me. Maybe the Innsmouth folks like them to look at themselves. God knows they've got to be about as bad as South Sea cannibals and Guinea savages. That plague of 46 must have taken off the best blood in the place. Anyway, they're a doubtful lot now, and the Marshes and the other rich folks are as bad as any. As I told you, there probably ain't more than 400 people in the whole town, in spite of all the streets they say there are. I guess they're what they call white trash down south. Lawless, sly, full of secret doings. They get a lot of fish and lobsters and do exporting by truck. Queer how the fish swarm right there, nowhere else. Nobody can ever keep track of these people, and state officials and census men have a devil of a time. You can bet that prying strangers ain't welcome around Innsmouth. I've heard personally of more than one business a government man has disappeared there. And there's loose talk of one who went crazy and is out at Danvers now. They must have fixed up some awful scare for that fellow. That's why I wouldn't go at night if I was you. I've never been there and have no wish to go.
No, I've never done that
Guess a
before.
daytime trip couldn't hurt you. Even though the people hereabouts will advise you not to make it. If you're just sightseeing, looking for old-time stuff, Innsmouth ought to be quite a place for you. And so I spent part of that evening at the Newburyport Public Library, looking up data about Innsmouth. When I had tried to question the natives in the shops, the lunchrooms, the garages, and the fire station, I found them even harder to get started than the ticket agent had predicted, and realized that I could not spare the time to overcome their first instinctive reticences. They had a kind of obscure suspiciousness, as if there were something amiss with anyone too much interested in Innsmouth. At the YMCA, where I was stopping, the clerk merely discouraged my going to such a dismal, decadent place. And the people at the library showed much the same attitude. Clearly, in the eyes of the educated, Innsmouth was merely an exaggerated case of civic degeneration. The Essex County histories on the library's shelves had very little to say, except that the town was founded in 1643, noted for shipbuilding before the Revolution, a seat of great marine prosperity in the early 19th century, and later a minor factory center using the Minuet as power. The epidemic and riots of 1846 were very sparsely treated, as if they formed a discredit to the county. References to decline were few, though the significance of the later record was unmistakable. After the Civil War, all industrial life was confined to the Marsh Refining Company, and the marketing of gold ingots formed the only remaining bit of major commerce aside from the eternal fishing. That fishing paid less and less as the price of the commodity fell and large-scale corporations offered competition, but there was never a dearth of fish around Innsmouth Harbor. Foreigners seldom settled there, and there was some discreetly veiled evidence that a number of Poles and Portuguese who had tried it had been scattered in a peculiarly drastic fashion. Most interesting of all was a glancing reference to the strange jewelry vaguely associated with Innsmouth. It had evidently impressed the whole countryside more than a little, for mention was made of specimens in the Museum of Miskatonic University at Arkham, and in the display room of the Newburyport Historical Society. The fragmentary descriptions of these things were bald and prosaic, but they hinted to me an undercurrent of persistent strangeness. Something about them seemed so odd and provocative that I could not put them out of my mind. And despite the relative lateness of the hour, I resolved to see the local sample, said to be a large, queerly proportioned thing evidently meant for a tiara, if it could possibly be arranged. The librarian gave me a note of introduction to the curator of the society, a Miss Anna Tilton, who lived nearby. And after a brief explanation, that ancient gentlewoman was kind enough to pilot me into the closed building, since the hour was not outrageously late. The collection was a notable one indeed, but in my present mood I had eyes for nothing but the bizarre object which glistened in a corner cupboard under the electric lights. It took no excessive sensitiveness to beauty to make me literally gasp at the strange, unearthly splendor of the alien, opulent fantasy that rested there on a purple velvet cushion. Even now, I can hardly describe what I saw, though it was clearly enough a sort of tiara, as the description had said. It was tall in front, and with a very large and curiously irregular periphery, as if designed for a head of almost freakishly elliptical outline. The material seemed to be predominantly gold, though a weird, lighter lustrousness hinted at some strange alloy with an equally beautiful and scarcely identifiable metal. Its condition was almost perfect, and one could have spent hours in studying the striking and puzzlingly unusual designs, some simply geometrical, and some plainly marine, or molded in high relief on its surface, with a craftsmanship of incredible skill and grace. The longer I looked, the more the thing fascinated me. And in this fascination, there was a curiously disturbing element hardly to be classified or accounted for. At first, I decided that it was the queer, otherworldly quality of the art which made me uneasy. All other art objects I'd ever seen either belonged to some known racial or national stream, or else were consciously modernistic defiances of every recognized
What's
truth.
up, Boomer?
This
What do you
tiara
want?
was neither. It clearly
What do you
belonged to
want?
some settled technique of infinite maturity, perfection. Yet that technique was utterly remote from any, Eastern or Western, ancient or modern, which I had ever heard of or seen exemplified. It was as if the workmanship were that of another planet. However, I soon saw that my uneasiness had a second and perhaps equally potent source residing in the pictorial and mathematical suggestions of the strange design. The patterns all hinted of remote secrets and unimaginable abysses in time and space, and the monotonously aquatic nature of the reliefs became almost sinister. Among these reliefs were fabulous monsters of abhorrent grotesqueness and malignity, half ichthyal and half batrachian in suggestion, which one could not disassociate from a certain haunting, uncomfortable sense of pseudo-memory, as if they called up some image from deep cells and tissues whose retentive functions are wholly primal and awesomely ancestral. At times, I fancied that every contour of these blasphemous fish frogs was overflowing with the ultimate quintessence of unknown and inhuman evil. In odd contrast to the tiara's aspect was its brief and prosy history as related by Miss Tilton. It had been pawned for a ridiculous sum at a shop in State Street in 1873 by a drunken Innsmouth man shortly afterward killed in a brawl. The society had acquired it directly from the pawnbroker, at once giving it a display worthy of its quality. It was labeled as of probable East Indian or Indo-Chinese provenance, though the attribution was frankly tentative. Miss Tilton, comparing all possible hypotheses regarding its origin and its presence in New England, was inclined to believe that it formed part of some exotic pirate horde discovered by old Captain Obed Marsh. This view was surely not weakened by the insistent offers of purchase at a high price, which the Marshes began to make as soon as they knew of its presence, and which they repeated to this day, despite the Society's unvarying determination not to sell. As the good lady showed me out of the building, she made it clear that the pirate theory of the Marsh fortune was a popular one among the intelligent people of the region. Her own attitude toward shadowed Innsmouth, which she had never seen, was one of disgust at a community slipping far down the cultural scale, and she assured me that the rumors of devil worship were partly justified
Get off me.
by a peculiar
Get off of me.
secret
Hey.
cult which had gained force there and engulfed all the Orthodox churches. It was called, she said, the Esoteric Order of Dagon, and was undoubtedly a debased, quasi-pagan thing imported from the East a century before, at a time when the Innsmouth fisheries seemed to be going bare. Its persistence among a simple people was quite natural in view of the sudden and permanent return of abundantly fine fishing, and it soon
Get
came to
off
be the
me.
greatest influence on the town, replacing Freemasonry altogether and taking up headquarters in the old Masonic Hall on New Church Green. All this, to the pious Miss Tilton, formed an excellent reason for shunning the ancient town of decay and desolation. But to me, it was merely a fresh incentive. To my architectural and historical anticipations was now added an acute anthropological zeal, and I could scarcely sleep in my small room at the Y, as the night wore away. Chapter 2. Shortly before 10 the next morning, I stood with one small valise in front of Hammond's drugstore in Old Market Square, waiting for the Innsmouth bus. As the hour for its arrival drew near, I noticed a general drift of the loungers to other places up the street, or to the ideal lunch across the square. Evidently, the ticket agent had not exaggerated the dislike which local people bore toward Innsmouth and its denizens. In a few moments, a small motor coach of extreme decrepitude and dirty gray color rattled down State Street, made a turn, and drew up at the curb beside me. I felt immediately that it was the right one, a guess which the half-illegible sign on the windshield, Arkham, Innsmouth, Newport, soon verified. There were only 3 passengers, dark, unkempt men of sullen visage and somewhat youthful cast. And when the vehicle stopped, they clumsily shambled out and began walking up State Street in a silent, almost furtive fashion. The driver also alighted, and I watched him as he went into the drugstore to make some purchase. This, I reflected, must be the Joe Sargent mentioned by the ticket agent. And even before I noticed any details, there spread over me a wave of spontaneous aversion, which could be neither checked nor explained. It suddenly struck me as very natural that the local people should not wish to ride on a bus owned and driven by this man, or to visit any oftener than possible the habitat of such a man and his kinsfolk. When the driver came out of the store, I looked at him
You
more
are an
carefully,
ass.
tried to determine the source of my evil impression. He was a thin, stoop-shouldered man, not much under 6 feet tall, dressed in shabby blue civilian clothes, and wearing a frayed gray golf cap. His age was
I
perhaps
fucking hate
35.
people. I really, really fucking hate people. Like, why could I not just keep running? Why do I have to stop because you're hoping that he's gonna fucking come that way?
He had a narrow
Like, what if I had run the other way, then he wouldn't come that way at all? So, like, fuck off.
a flat nose, a receding forehead and chin, and singularly undeveloped ears. His long, thick lip.
Look at him over there hiding. He doesn't even want to fucking unhook anybody. He's just gonna sit over there hiding.
Some sparse yellow hairs that straggled and curled in irregular patches, and in places the surface seemed clearly irregular, as if peeling from some cutaneous disease. His hands were large, heavily veined, and had a very unusual.
And
gray
this
blue
stupid
tinge.
bitch.
The fingers were
Fucking,
striking the
I'm on
shoulders,
death hook,
proportioned
the
to
other
rest
guy
of the
isn't,
structure,
and she's all like,
and seemed to have
no,
a
you
tendency
should
to
wait.
curl closely into the huge palm. As he walked toward the bus, I observed his peculiarly shambling gait and saw that his feet were inordinately immense. The more I studied them, the more I wondered how he could buy any shoes to fit them. A certain greasiness about the fellow increased my dislike. He was evidently given to working or lounging around the fish docks and carried with him much of their characteristic smell. Just what foreign blood was in
And
him
y'all
I
don't
could
want
not
to
even
fucking,
guess.
we just saw him leave
His
this
oddity
spot. Y'all
certainly
don't want to
did not
help
look
with this.
Asiatic, Polynesian,
Y'all want to go find the
Levantine,
one that he's
Negro.
going to right
Yes,
now. That's a good
I could
idea.
see why the people found him
Yeah, that's
alien.
exactly what they did. They
I
went
myself
straight
had
into
thought
him.
of biological degeneration rather than alienage. I was sorry when I saw that there would be no other passengers on the bus. Somehow I did not like the idea of riding alone with this driver. But as leaving time obviously approached, I conquered my qualms and followed the man aboard, extending him a dollar bill, murmuring the single word, Innsmouth. He looked
Why would
curiously
you
at me
follow me over
as he
here? There's
returned
nothing
40
over
cents
here.
change without speaking. He took a seat far behind him, but on the same side of the bus.
How do you
since
know I
wished to
suck?
watch.
Maybe I was gonna waste all your time over here. What
At
the
length,
fuck is he
the truck
doing?
vehicle started with a jerk and rattled noisily past the old brick buildings of State Street, amidst a cloud of vapor from the exhaust. Glancing at people on the sidewalks, I thought I detected in them a curious wish to avoid looking at
I
the
hate
bus,
people. I
or at
fucking
least
hate
a wish
people
to
so
avoid
much.
seeming to look at it. Then we turned to the left into High Street, where the going was smoother, flying by stately old mansions of the early Republic and still older colonial farmhouses, passing the Lower Green and Parker River, and finally emerging into a long, monotonous stretch of open shore country. The day was warm and sunny, but the landscape of sand, sedge grass, and stunted shrubbery became more and more desolate as we proceeded. Out the window I could see the blue water and the sandy line of Plum Island, and we presently drew very near the beach as our narrow road veered off from the main highway to Rowley and Ipswich. There were no visible houses, and I could tell by the state of the road that traffic was very light hereabouts. The small, weather-worn telephone poles carried only 2 wires. Now and then we crossed crude wooden bridges over tidal creeks that wound far inland and promoted the general isolation of the region. Once in a while I noticed dead stumps and crumbling foundation walls above the drifting sand, and recalled the old tradition quoted in one of the histories I had read, that this was once a fertile and thickly settled countryside. The change, it was said, came simultaneously with the Innsmouth epidemic of 1846, and was thought by simple folk to have a dark connection with hidden forces of evil. Actually, it was caused by the unwise cutting of woodlands near the shore, which robbed the soil of its best protection, and opened the way for waves of wind-blown sand. At last we lost sight of Plum Island and saw the vast expanse of the open Atlantic on our left. Our narrow course began to climb steeply, and I felt a singular sense of disquiet in looking at the lonely crest ahead, where the rutted roadway met the sky. It was as if the bus were about to keep on in its ascent, leaving the sane earth altogether and merging with the unknown arcana of upper air and cryptical sky. The smell of the sea took on ominous implications, and the silent driver's bent, rigid back and narrow head became more and more hateful. As I looked at him, I saw that the back of his head was almost as hairless as his face, having only a few straggling yellow strands upon a gray, scabrous surface. Then we reached the crest and beheld the outspread valley beyond, where the Minuet joins the sea just north of the long line of cliffs that culminate in Kingsport Head and veer off toward Cape Ann. On the far, misty horizon, I could just make out the dizzy profile of the head, topped by the queer, ancient house of which so many legends are told. But for the moment, all my attention was captured by the nearer panorama just below me. I had, I realized, come face to face with rumor-shadowed Innsmouth. It was a town of wide extent and dense construction, yet one with a portentous dearth of visible life. From the tangle of chimney pots, scarcely a wisp of smoke came, and the 3 tall steeples loomed stark and unpainted against the seaward horizon. One of them was crumbling down at the top, and in that and another there were only black, gaping holes where clock dials should have been. The vast huddle of sagging gambrel roofs and peaked gables conveyed with offensive clearness the idea of wormy decay. And as we approached along the now descending road, I could see that many roofs had wholly caved in. There were some large, square Georgian houses, too, with hipped roofs, cupolas, and railed widows' walks. These were mostly well back from the water, and 1 or 2 seemed to be in moderately sound condition. Stretching inland from among them, I saw the rusted, grass-grown line of the abandoned
Okay, hold on,
railway,
buddy. Hold on.
with leaning telegraph poles now devoid of wires.
Hold
and the
on, let me
half-obscured
move
lines of the
everything
old
that I
carriage
own.
roads to Rowley and Ipswich. The decay was worst close to the waterfront, though in its very midst I could spy the white belfry of a fairly well-preserved brick structure which looked like a small factory. The harbor, long clogged with sand, was enclosed by an ancient stone breakwater, on which I could begin to discern the minute forms of a few seated fishermen, and at whose end were what looked like the foundations of a bygone lighthouse. A sandy tongue formed inside this barrier, and upon it I saw a few decrepit cabins, moored dories, and scattered lobster pots. The only deep water seemed to be where the river poured out past the belfried structure and turned southward to join the ocean at the breakwater's end. Here and there the ruins of wharves jutted out from the shore to end in indeterminate rottenness, those farthest south seeming the most decayed. And far out at sea, despite a high tide, I glimpsed a long black line scarcely rising above the water, yet carrying a suggestion of odd, latent malignancy. This, I knew, must be Devil Reef. As I looked, a subtle, curious sense of beckoning seemed superadded to the grim repulsion, and oddly enough, I found this overtone more disturbing than the primary impression. We met no one on the road, but presently began to pass deserted farms in varying stages of ruin. Then I noticed a few inhabited houses with rags stuffed in the broken windows and shells and dead fish lying about the littered yards. Once or twice I saw listless-looking people working in barren gardens or digging clams on the fishy-smelling beach below, and groups of dirty, simian-visaged children playing around weed-grown doorsteps. Somehow, these people seemed more disquieting than the dismal buildings, for almost everyone had certain peculiarities of face and motions which I instinctively disliked without being able to define or comprehend them. For a second, I thought this typical physique suggested some picture I had seen, perhaps in a book, under circumstances of particular horror or melancholy, but this pseudo-recollection passed very quickly. As the bus reached a lower level, I began to catch the steady note of a waterfall through the unnatural stillness. The leaning, unpainted houses grew thicker, lined both sides of the road, and displayed more urban tendencies than did those we were leaving behind. The panorama ahead had contracted to a street scene, and in spots I could see where a cobblestone pavement and stretches of brick sidewalk had formerly existed. All the houses were apparently deserted, and there were occasional gaps where tumble-down chimneys and cellar walls told of buildings that had collapsed. Pervading everything was the most nauseous, fishy odor imaginable. Soon cross streets and junctions began to appear, those on the left leading to shoreward realms of unpaved squalor and decay, while those on the right showed vistas of departed grandeur. So far, I had seen no people in the town, but there now came signs of a sparse habitation, curtained windows here and there, and an occasional battered motor car at the curb. Pavement and sidewalks were increasingly well defined, and though most of the houses were quite old, wood and brick structures of the early 19th century, they were obviously kept fit for habitation. As an amateur antiquarian, I almost lost my olfactory disgust and my feeling of menace and repulsion amidst this rich, unaltered survival from the past. But I was not to reach my destination without one very strong impression of poignantly disagreeable quality. The bus had come to a sort of open concourse or radial point with churches on two sides and the bedraggled remains of a circular green in the center, and I was looking at a large pillared hall on the right-hand junction ahead. The structure's once white paint was now gray and peeling, and the black and gold sign on the pediment was so faded that I could only with difficulty make out the words Esoteric Order of Dagon. This, then, was the former Masonic Hall, now given over to a degraded cult. As I strained to decipher this inscription, my notice was distracted by the raucous tones of a cracked bell across the street, and I quickly turned to look out the windows on my side of the coach. The sound came from a squat, towered stone church of manifestly later date than most of the houses, built in a clumsy Gothic fashion, and having a disproportionately high basement with shuttered windows. Though the hands of its clock were missing on the side I glimpsed, I knew that those hoarse strokes were telling the hour of 11. Then suddenly all thoughts of time were blotted out by an onrushing image of sharp intensity and unaccountable horror which had seized me before I knew what it really was. The door of the church basement was open, revealing a rectangle of blackness inside. And as I looked, a certain object crossed, or seemed to cross, that dark rectangle, burning into my brain a momentary conception of nightmare, which was all the more maddening because analysis could not show a single nightmarish quality in it. It was a living object, the first, except the driver, that I had seen since entering the compact part of the town. And had I been in a steadier mood, I would have found nothing whatever of terror in it. Clearly, as I realized a moment later, it was the pastor, clad in some peculiar vestments, doubtless introduced since the Order of Dagon had modified the ritual of the local churches. The thing which had probably caught my first subconscious glance and supplied the touch of bizarre horror was the tall tiara he wore, an almost exact duplicate of the one Miss Tilton had shown me the previous evening. This, acting on my imagination, had supplied namelessly sinister qualities to the indeterminate face and rogue, shambling form beneath it. There was not, I soon decided, any reason why I should have felt that shuddering touch of evil pseudo-memory. Was it not natural that a local mystery cult should adopt among its regimentals a unique type of headdress made familiar to the community in some strange way, perhaps as treasure trove? A very thin sprinkling of repellent-looking youngish people now became visible on the sidewalks. Lone individuals and silent knots of 2 or 3. The lower floors of the crumbling houses sometimes harbored small shops with dingy signs, and I noticed a parked truck or two as we rattled along. The sound of waterfalls became more and more distinct, and presently I saw a fairly deep river gorge ahead, spanned by a wide, iron-railed highway bridge, beyond which a large square opened out. As we clanked over the bridge, I looked out on both sides and observed some factory buildings on the edge of the grassy bluff, or partway down. The water far below was very abundant, and I could see 2 vigorous sets of falls upstream on my right, and at least one downstream on my left. From this point, the noise was quite deafening. Then we rolled into the large semicircular square across the river and drew up on the right-hand side in front of a tall, cupola-crowned building with remnants of yellow paint and with a half-effaced sign proclaiming it to be
I gotta pee.
the Gilman House.
Very
I was
familiar.
glad to get out of that bus, and at once proceeded to check my valise in the shabby hotel lobby. There was only one person in sight, an elderly man without what I had come to call the Innsmouth look.
Was it a bad nosebleed? Are you gonna be okay?
And I decided not to ask him any of the questions which bothered me. remembering that odd things had been noticed in this hotel. Instead, I strolled out on the square, from which the bus had already gone, and studied the scene minutely and appraisingly. One side of the cobblestone open space was the straight line of the river. The other was a semicircle of slant-roofed brick buildings
Okay.
of about the 1800s.
I'm glad it was
period,
fun.
from which several streets radiated away to the southeast, south, and southwest. Lamps were depressingly few and small, all low-powered incandescents, and I was glad that my plans called for departure before dark, even though I knew the moon would be bright. The buildings were all in
Departure
fair
before
condition,
dark.
and included perhaps a dozen shops in current operation, of which one was a grocery of the first national chain, others a dismal restaurant, a drugstore, and a wholesale fish dealer's office, and still another at the eastern extremity of the square near the river, an office of the town's only industry, the Marsh Refining Company. There were perhaps 10 people visible, and 4 or 5 automobiles and motor trucks stood scattered about. I did not need to be told that this was the civic center of Innsmouth. Eastward, I could catch blue glimpses of the harbor, against which rose the decaying remains of 3 once beautiful Georgian steeples. And toward the shore on the opposite bank of the river, I saw the white belfry surmounting what I took to be the Marsh Refinery. For some reason or other, I chose to make my first inquiries at the chain grocery, whose personnel was not likely to be native to Innsmouth. I found a solitary boy of about 17 in charge, and was pleased to note the brightness and affability which promised cheerful information. He seemed exceptionally eager to talk, and I soon gathered that he did not like the place, its fishy smell, or its furtive people. A word with any outsider was a relief to him. He hailed from Arkham, boarded with a family who came from Ipswich, and went back home whenever he got a moment off. His family did not like him to work in Innsmouth, but the chain had transferred him there, and he did not wish to give up his job. There was, he said, no public library or chamber of commerce in Innsmouth, but I could probably find my way about. The street I had come down was Federal. West of that were the fine old residence streets, Broad, Washington, Lafayette, and Adams, and east of it were the shoreward slums. It was in these slums, along Main Street, that I would find the old Georgian churches, but they were all long abandoned. It would be well not to make oneself too conspicuous in such neighborhoods, especially north of the river, since the people were sullen and hostile. Some strangers had even disappeared. Certain spots were almost forbidden territory, as he had learned at considerable cost. One must not, for example, linger much around the Marsh Refinery, or around any of the still used churches, or around the pillared Order of Dagon Hall at New Church Green. Those churches were very odd, all violently disavowed by their respective denominations elsewhere, and apparently using the queerest kind of ceremonials and clerical vestments. Their creeds were heterodox and
Did you
mysterious,
just give me some kind
involving
of
hints
bonus
certain
before he
marvelous
took me off the hook?
transformations leading to bodily immortality of a sort on this earth.
What did he
The
do that
youth's
for?
own pastor, Dr. Wallace of Asbury M.E. Church in Arkham, had gravely urged him not to join any church in Innsmouth. As for the Innsmouth people, the youth hardly knew what to make of them. They were as furtive and seldom seen as animals that live in burrows, and one could hardly imagine how they passed the time apart from their desultory fishing. Perhaps, judging from the quantities of bootleg liquor they consumed, they lay for most of the daylight hours in an alcoholic stupor. They seemed sullenly banded together in some sort of fellowship and understanding, despising the world as if they had access to other and preferable spheres of entity. Their appearance, especially those staring, unwinking eyes which one never saw shut, was certainly shocking enough, and their voices were disgusting. It was awful to hear them chanting in their churches at night, and especially during their main festivals or revivals, which fell twice a year on April 30th and October 31st. They were very fond of the water and swam a great deal in both river and harbor. Swimming races out to Devil Reef were very common, and everyone in sight seemed well able to share in this arduous sport. When one came to think of it, it was generally only rather young people who were seen about in public, and of those, the oldest were apt to be the most tainted looking. When exceptions did occur, they were mostly persons with no trace of aberrancy, like the old clerk at the hotel. One wondered what became of the bulk of the older folk, and whether the Innsmouth look were not a strange and insidious disease phenomenon which increased its hold as years advanced. Only a very rare affliction, of course, could bring about such vast and radical anatomical changes in a single individual after maturity. Changes involving osseous factors as basic as the shape of the skull. But then, even this aspect was no more radical and unheard of than the visible features of the malady as a whole. It would be hard, the youth implied, to form any real conclusions regarding such a matter, since one never came to know the natives personally, no matter how long one might live in Innsmouth. The youth was certain that many specimens, even worse than the worst visible ones, were kept locked indoors in some places. People sometimes heard the queerest kind of sounds. The tottering waterfront hovels north of the river were reputedly connected by hidden tunnels, being thus a veritable warren of unseen abnormalities. What kind of foreign blood, if any, these beings had, it was impossible to tell. They sometimes kept certain, especially repulsive characters out of sight when government agents and others from the outside world came to town. It would be of no use, my informant said, to ask the natives anything about the place. The only one who would talk was a very aged but normal-looking man who lived at the poorhouse on the north rim of the town and spent his time walking about or lounging around the fire station. This hoary character, Zadok Allen, was 96 years old and somewhat touched in the head, besides being the town drunkard. He was a strange, furtive creature who constantly looked over his shoulder as if afraid of something, and when sober could not be persuaded to talk at all with strangers. He was, however, unable to resist any offer of his favorite poison, and once drunk would furnish the most astonishing fragments of whispered reminiscence. After all, though, little useful data could be gained from him, since his stories were all insane, incomplete hints of impossible marvels and horrors, which could have no source save in his own disordered fancy. Nobody ever believed him, but the natives did not like him to drink and talk with strangers, and it was not always safe to be seen questioning him. It was probably from him that some of the wildest popular whispers and delusions were derived. Several non-native residents had reported monstrous glimpses from time to time, but between old Zadok's tales and the malformed denizens, it was no wonder such illusions were current. None of the non-natives ever stayed out late at night, there being a widespread impression that it was not wise to do so. Besides, the streets were loathsomely dark. As for business, the abundance of fish was certainly almost uncanny, but the natives were taking less and less advantage of it. Moreover, prices were falling, competition was growing. Of course, the town's real business was the refinery, whose commercial office was on the square only a few doors east of where we stood. Old Man Marsh was never seen, but sometimes went to the works in a closed, curtained car. There were all sorts of rumors about how Marsh had come to look. He had once been a great dandy, and people said he still wore the frock-coated finery of the Edwardian age, curiously adapted to certain deformities. His sons had formerly conducted the office in the square, but latterly they had been keeping out of sight a good deal, and leaving the brunt of affairs to the younger generation. The sons and their sisters had come to look very queer, especially the elder ones, and it was said that their health was failing. One of the Marsh daughters was a repellent, reptilian-looking woman who wore an excess of weird jewelry, clearly of the same exotic tradition as that to which the strange tiara belonged. My informant had noticed it many times, and had heard it spoken of as coming from some secret horde, either of pirates or of demons. The clergymen, or priests, or whatever they were called nowadays, also wore this kind of ornament as a headdress, but one seldom caught glimpses of it. Other specimens the youth had not seen, though many were rumored to exist around Innsmouth. The Marshalls, together with the other three gently bred families of the town, the Waits, the Gilmans, and the Elliots, were all very retired. They lived in immense houses along Washington Street, and several were reputed to harbor in concealment certain living kinsfolk whose personal aspect forbade public view, and whose deaths had been reported and recorded. Warning me that many of the street signs were down, the youth drew for my benefit a rough but ample and painstaking sketch map of the town's salient features. After a moment's study, I felt sure that it would be of great help, and pocketed it with profuse thanks.
Familiar.
Disliking the dinginess of the single restaurant I had seen, I bought a fair supply of cheese crackers and ginger wafers to serve as a lunch later on. My program, I decided, would be to thread the principal streets, talk with any non-natives I might encounter, and catch the 8 o'clock coach for Arkham. The town, I could see, formed a significant and exaggerated example of communal decay, but being no sociologist, I would limit my serious observation to the field of architecture. Thus, I began my systematic, though half-bewildered tour of Innsmouth's narrow, shadow-blighted ways. Crossing the bridge and turning toward the roar of the lower falls, I passed close to the Marsh refinery, which seemed oddly free from the noise of industry. This building stood on the steep river bluff near a bridge and an open confluence of streets, which I took to be the earliest civic center, displaced after the Revolution by the present town square. Recrossing the gorge on the Main Street Bridge, I struck a region of utter desertion which somehow made me shudder. Collapsing huddles of gambrel roofs formed a jagged and fantastic skyline, above which rose the ghoulish, decapitated steeple of an ancient church. Some houses along Main Street were tenanted, but most were tightly boarded up. Down unpaved side streets, I saw the black, gaping windows of deserted hovels, many of which leaned at perilous and incredible angles through the sinking of part of the foundations. Those windows stared so spectrally that it took courage to turn eastward toward the waterfront. Certainly, the terror of a deserted house swells in geometrical rather than arithmetical progression, as houses multiply to form a city of stark desolation. The sight of such endless avenues of fishy-eyed vacancy and death, and the thought of such linked infinities of black, brooding compartments given over to cobwebs and memories and the conqueror worm, start up vestigial fears and aversions
Because that whole
not
big
even the
toy in
stoutest
his butt
philosophy
crack.
can disperse. Fish Street was as deserted as Main, though it differed in having many brick and stone warehouses still in excellent shape. Water Street was almost its duplicate, save that there were great seaward gaps where wharves had been. Not a living thing did I see, except for the scattered fishermen on the distant breakwater, and not a sound did I hear save the lapping of the harbor tides and the roar of the falls in the Manuet. The town was getting more and more on my
What you
nerves,
doing, Boomer?
and I looked behind me furtively as I picked my way back over the tottering Water Street Bridge. The Fish Street Bridge, according to the sketch, was in ruins. North of the river, there were traces of squalid life. Active fish-packing houses in Water Street, smoking chimneys and patched roofs here and there. Occasional sounds from indeterminate sources, and infrequent shambling forms in the dismal streets and unpaved lanes. But I seemed to find this even more oppressive than the southerly desertion. For one thing, the people were more hideous and abnormal than those near the center of the town, so that I was several times evilly reminded of something utterly fantastic which I could not quite place. Undoubtedly, the alien strain of the Innsmouth folk was stronger here than farther inland. Unless, indeed, the Innsmouth folk were a disease rather than a blood strain, in which case this district might be held to harbor the more advanced cases. One detail that annoyed me was the distribution of the few faint sounds I heard. They ought naturally to have come wholly from the visibly inhabited houses, yet in reality were often strongest inside the interior boarded up facades. There were creakings, scurryings, hoarse, doubtful noises, and I thought uncomfortably about the hidden tunnels suggested by the grocery boy. Suddenly, I found myself wondering what the voices of those denizens would be like. I had heard no speech so far in this quarter, and was unaccountably anxious not to do so. Pausing only long enough to look at two fine but ruinous old churches at Main and Church Streets, I stepped out of that vile waterfront city. My next logical goal was New Church Green, but somehow or other I could not bear to repass the church in whose basement I had glimpsed the inexplicably frightening form of that strangely diademed priest or pastor. Besides, the grocery youth had told me that churches, as well as the Order of Dagon Hall, were not advisable neighborhoods for strangers. Accordingly, I kept north along Main to Martin, then turning inland, crossing Federal Street safely north of the Green, and entering the decayed patrician neighborhood of Northern Broad, Washington, Lafayette, and Adams Streets. Though these stately old avenues were ill-surfaced and unkempt, their elm-shaded dignity had not entirely departed. Mansion after mansion claimed my gaze, most of them decrepit and boarded up amidst neglected grounds, but one or two in each street showing signs of occupancy. In Washington Street, there was a row of 4 or 5 in excellent repair and with finely tended lawns and gardens. The most sumptuous of these, with wide, terraced parterres extending back the whole way to Lafayette Street, I took to be the home of Old Man March, the afflicted finery owner. In all these streets, no living thing was visible, and I wondered at the complete absence of cats and dogs and insects. Another thing which puzzled and disturbed me, even in some of the best preserved mansions, was the tightly shuttered condition of many third-story attic windows. Furtiveness and secretiveness seemed universal in the hushed city of aliens and death, and I could not escape the sensation of being watched from ambush on every hand by sly, staring eyes that never shut. I shivered as the cracked stroke of 3 sounded from the belfry on my left. Too well did I recall the squat church from which those notes came. Following Washington Street toward the river, I now faced a new zone of former industry and commerce, noting the ruins of a factory ahead. and seen others with the traces of an old railway station and covered railway bridge beyond, up the gorge on my right. The uncertain bridge now before me was posted with a warning sign, but I took the risk and crossed again to the south bank, where traces of life reappeared. Furtive, shambling creatures stared cryptically in my direction, and more normal faces eyed me coldly, curiously. Innsmouth was rapidly becoming intolerable, and I turned down Payne Street toward the square in the hope of getting some vehicle to take me to Arkham before the still distant starting line of that sinister bus. It was then that I saw the tumble-down fire station on my left, and noticed the red-faced, bushy-bearded, watery-eyed old man in nondescript rags who sat on a bench in front of it, talking with a pair of unkempt but not abnormal-looking firemen. This, of course, must be Zadok Allen, the half-crazed, licorice, non-Agenarian whose tales of old Innsmouth and its shadow were so hideous and incredible. Chapter 3. It must have been some imp of the perverse, or some sardonic pull of dark, hidden sources, which made me change my plans as I did. I had long before resolved to limit my observations to architecture alone, and I was even then hurrying toward the square in an effort to get quick transportation out of this festering city of death and decay. But the sight of old Zadok Allen set up new currents in my mind and made me slacken my pace uncertainly. I had been assured that the old man could do nothing but hint at wild, disjointed, and incredible legends. I had been warned that the natives made it unsafe to be seen talking to him. Yet the thought of this aged witness to the town's decay, with memories going back to the early days of ships and factories, was a lure that no amount of reason could make me resist. After all, the strangest and maddest of myths are often merely symbols or allegories based upon truth, and old Zadok must have seen everything that's been on Innsmouth for the last 90 years. Curiosity flared up beyond sense and caution, and in my youthful egotism, I fancied I might be able to sift a nucleus of real history from the confused, extravagant outpouring I would probably extract with the aid of raw whiskey. I knew that I could not accost him then and there, for the firemen would surely notice and object. Instead, I reflected I would prepare by getting some bootleg liquor at a place where the grocery boy had told me it was plentiful. Then I would loaf near the fire station in apparent casualness and fall in with old Zadok after he had started on one of his frequent rambles. The youth said that he was very restless, seldom sitting around the station for more than an hour or two at a time. A quart bottle of whiskey was easily, though not cheaply, obtained in the rear of a dingy variety store just off the square in Elliott Street. The dirty-looking fellow who waited on me had a touch of the staring Innsmouth look, but was quite civil in his way, being perhaps used to the custom of such convivial strangers, truckmen, gold buyers, and the like, as were occasionally in town. Re-entering the square, I saw that luck was with me, for, shuffling out of Payne Street around the corner of the Gilman house, I glimpsed nothing less than the tall, lean, tattered form of old Zadok Allen himself. In accordance with my plan, I attracted his attention by brandishing my newly purchased bottle, and soon realized that he had begun to shuffle wistfully after me as I turned into Waite Street on my way to the most deserted region I could think of. I was steering my course by the map the grocery boy had prepared, and was aiming for the wholly abandoned stretch of southern waterfront which I had previously visited. The only people in sight there had been the fishermen on the distant breakwater, and by going a few squares south I could get beyond the range of these, finding a pair of seats on some abandoned wharf, and being free to question old Zadok, unobserved for an indefinite time. Before I reached Main Street, I could hear a faint and wheezy, "Hey, mister," behind me, and I presently allowed the old man to catch up and take copious pulls from the quart bottle. I began putting out feelers as we walked along to Water Street and turned southward amidst the omnipresent desolation and crazily tilted ruins, but found that the aged tongue did not loosen as quickly as I had expected. At length I saw a grass-grown opening toward the sea between crumbling brick walls, with the weedy length of an earth and masonry wharf projecting beyond.
Feels very...
Piles of moss-covered stones near the water promised tolerable seats, and the scene was sheltered from all possible view by a ruined warehouse on the north. Here, I thought, was the ideal place for a long, secret colloquy, so I guided my companion down the lane and picked out spots to sit in among the mossy stones. The air of death and desertion was ghoulish, and the smell of fish almost insufferable, but I was resolved to let nothing deter me. About 4 hours remained for conversation, if I were to catch the 8 o'clock coach for Arkham, and I began to dole out more liquor to the ancient tippler, meanwhile eating my own frugal lunch. In my donations, I was careful not to overshoot the mark, for I did not wish Zadok's vinous garrulousness to pass into a stupor. After an hour, his furtive taciturnity showed signs of disappearing. But, much to my disappointment, he still sidetracked my questions about Innsmouth and its shadow.
What kind of phone you
past.
got?
He would babble of current topics, revealing a wide acquaintance with newspapers and a great tendency to philosophize in a sententious village fashion. Toward the end of the second hour, I feared my quart of whiskey would not be enough to produce results, and was wondering whether I had better leave old Zadok and go back for more. Just then, however, chance made the opening which my questions had been unable to make, and the wheezing ancient's rambling took a turn that caused me to lean forward and listen alertly. My back was toward the fishy-smelling sea, but he was facing it, and something or other had caused his wandering gaze to light on the low, distant line of Devil Reef, then showing plainly and almost fascinatingly above the waters. The sight seemed to displease him, for he began a series of weak curses, which ended in a confidential whisper and a knowing leer. He bent toward me, took hold of my coat lapel, and hissed out some hints that could not be mistaken.
That's where it all begun. That cursed place of all wickedness, where the deep water starts. Gate of hell. Sheer drop down to a bottom no sound and line can detect. Oh, Captain Obed done it. Him had found out more was good for him in the South Sea Islands. Everybody was in a bad way them days. Trade falling off, mills losing business, even the new ones, and the best of our men and folks killed or privateering in the War of 1812, or lost with the Elysi brig and the Ranger Snow, both of them Gilman ventures. Obed Marsh, he had 3 ships afloat.
God damn it.
Brig headed.
I was wondering where he put it.
He was the only one who's kept on the East Indian Pacific trade. Though Esdras Martin's barkentine Malay Prague made a venture as late as 28. Never was nobody like Captain Obed. Old Limus Satan. I can mind him a-telling about furrin parts, or calling all the folks stupid for going to Christian, meeting and bearing their burdens, meek and lowly. Says they'd ought to get better gods, like some of the folks in the Inchies. Gods as would bring them good fishing in return for their sacrifices, and it would really answer folks' prayers. Mac Elliott, his first mate, talked a lot too. Only he was again folks doing any heathen things. Told about an island east of Otaheite, where there was a lot of stone ruins older than anybody knew anything about. Kinda like them on Ponape in the Carolinas, but with carving faces that looked like the big statues on Easter Island. There was a little volcanic island near there too, where there was other ruins with different carvings. Ruins all wore away, they'd been under the sea on it, and with pictures of awful monsters all over them. Oh, sir, Matt, he says the natives around there had all the fish they could catch, and sported bracelets and armlets and head rings made out of a queer kind of gold, and covered with pictures of monsters, just like the ones carved of the ruins of the little island. Sort of fish-like frogs, or frog-like fishes. It was drawn in all kinds of positions, like they was human beings. Nobody could get out to them where they got all the stuff. And all the other natives wondered how they managed to find fish in plenty, even when the very next island had lean pickings. Matt, he got to wondering too. So did Captain Obed. Obed, he notices, besides, that lots of the handsome young folks would drop out of sight for good from year to year, and that there weren't many old folks around. Also, he thinks some of the folks look darn queer, even for Kaneki. It took Obed to get the truth out of them heathen. I don't know how he done it, but he begun by trading for the gold-like things they wore. Asked them where they came from, and if they could give more, and finally wormed the story out of the old chief. Wallachia, they called him. Nobody but Obed had ever believed the old red devil. But the captain could read folks like they was books. Nobody never believes me now when I tell them. And I don't suppose you will, young fella. Though come to look at ye, you've kinda got them sharp reading eyes, like Obed had.
The old man's whisper grew fainter, and I found myself shuddering at the terrible and sincere portentousness of his intonation, even though I knew his tale to be nothing but drunken fantasy.
Well, sir, Obed, he learned that there's things on this earth as most folks never heard about, and wouldn't believe if they did hear. It seems these Kanekis was sacrificing heaps of their young men and maidens to some kind of god things that lived under the sea, and getting all kinds of favor in return. They met the things on the little island with the queer ruins, and it seems them awful pictures of frog fish monsters was supposed to be pictures of these things. Maybe there was the kind of critters that's got all the mermaid stories and such started. They had all kinds of cities on the sea bottom, and this island was heaved up from there. Seems they was some of the things alive in the stone buildings when the island come up sudden to the surface. That's how the Kanekis got wind they was down there. Made sign talk as soon as they got over being scared, and pieced up a bargain afore long. Them things like human sacrifices had had 'em ages afore, but lost track of the upper world after a time. What they done to the victims, it ain't for me to say, and I guess Obed wasn't none too sharp about asking. But it was all right with the heathens, because they'd been having a hard time, and was desperate about everything. They gave us hard number of young folks to the sea things twigged every year. May and Halloween, regulars could be. Also give some of the carved knickknacks they made. What the things agreed to give in return was plenty of fish. They drove them up from all over the sea, and a few gold-like things now and then. While, as I says, the natives met the things on the little volcanic island, going there in canoes with the sacrifices, etc., and bringing back any gold-like jewels as was coming to them. At first, the things didn't ever go onto the main island. But after a time, they come to want to. Seems they have to after mixing with the folks and having joint ceremonies on the big days, May Eve and Halloween. You see, they was able to live both in and out the water, what they call amphibians, I guess. The Kanekis told them as how folks from the other islands might want to wipe them out, if they got wind of their being there. But they says they don't care much, because they could wipe out the whole brood of humans if they was willing to bother. That is, any as didn't have certain signs such as was used on by the lost old ones, whoever they was. But not wanting to bother, they'd laid low before they visited the island. When I come to mate with them toad fishes, the Kanakis kind of balked. But finally, they learned something that's put a new face on the matter. Seems that human folks has got a kind of relation to such water beasts. That everything alive come out of the water haunt, and only needs a little change to go back again. Them things told the Kanakis that if they mixed bloods, there'd be children as would look human at first, but later turn more and more like the things, till finally they'd take to the water and join the main lot of things down there. And this is the important part, young fella. Them as turned into fish things and went into the water would never die. Them things never died, except they was killed violent. Well, sir, it seems by the time Obed knowed them islanders, they was all full of fish blood from them deep water things. When they got old and begun to show it, they was kept hid until they felt like taking to the water and quitting the place. Some was more tech than others, and some never did change quite enough to take to the water. But mostly, they turned out just the way them things said. Them as was born more like the things changed early. But them as was nearly human sometimes stayed on the island till they was past 70, though they'd usually go down under for trial trips afore that. Folks as had took to the water generally come back a good deal to visit, so as a man would often be talking to his own 5 times great-grandfather, who'd left the dry land a couple of 100 years or so forward. Everybody got out to the idea of dying, except in canoe wars with the other islanders, or as sacrifices to the sea god.
Hi,
down
Tom.
below, or from snake bite.
Glad you're back,
plague,
K6.
Or sharp galloping ailments, or something before they could take to the water. But simply looked forward to a kind of change that wasn't a bit horrible after a while. They thought what they'd got was well worth all they'd have to give up. And I guess Obed kinda come to think the same hisself when he chewed over old Wallachia.
Von Heim? What the fuck is that?
Wallachia, though, was one of the few as hadn't got none of the fish blood, being of a royal line that intermarried with royal lines on other islands. Wallachia, he showed Obed a lot of rites and incantations as had to do with the sea things, and let him see some of the folks in the village as had changed a lot from human shape. Somehow or other, though, he never would have let him see one of the regular things from right out of the water. In the end, he gave him a funny kind of
Sort of. It's a recording from a YouTube channel. I think the guy records them all himself.
There might be a nest of them. The idea was to drop it down with the right kind of prayers and such. Wallachia allowed as the things was scattered all over the world, so as anybody that looked about could find a nest and bring 'em up if they was wanted. Matt, he didn't like this business at all, and wanted Obed should
I don't
keep
know if
away
I'm
from the
supposed to
island.
be playing it,
But the
but I
captain
figure I'm
shot
like
for
not
game.
making money off of
And found
anything,
he
so
could
it
get
don't
them
matter,
gold
right?
things so cheap, it'd
I
pay
think
to
it
make a
don't matter.
specialty of
I
it.
don't know.
Things went on that way for years, and Obed got enough of the gold-like stuff to make him start the refinery in Wade's old run-down Fullen mill. He didn't dash sell the pieces like they was, for folks would be all the time asking questions. All the same, his crews would get a piece and dispose of it now and then, even though they was swore to keep quiet. And he let his women folks wear some of the pieces, as was more human-like than most. Well, come about 38, when I was 7 years old, Obed, he found the island people all wiped out between voyages. Seems the other islanders had got wind of what was going on, and had took matters into their own hands. Suppose they must have had, after all. Them old magic signs, as the sea thing says, was the only things they was afraid of. No telling what any of them
Where's she
kind of
going?
a chance to get a hold of. When the sea bottom throws up some island with
They
ruins
put all the
older than
stables
devil.
together for a fucking reason, bitch.
Cusses they
What?
was.
It was so I could get us all
Standing
killed.
on either the main island or the little volcanic island, except what parts of the ruins was too big to knock down. In some places, there was little stones strewed about, like charms, with something on them like what we call a swastika nowadays. Probably them was the old one's sign. Folks all wiped out. No trace of no gold-like things. And none of the nearby Kanakis would breathe a word about the matter. Wouldn't even admit there'd ever been any people on that island. That naturally
Oh,
hit him
shit.
pretty hard, seeing as his normal traders were very poor. It hit the whole Innsmouth too. Doesn't seem every day he profited
Run!
from the ship. Generally profited the crew proportionate. Most of the folks around town took the hard times, kind of sheep-like, resigned. Days of the fish was petering out. The mills was Them's the time Obed. He began cursing at the folks for being dull as sheep and praying to a Christian heaven as didn't help him none.
Who's over there?
He told him he'd know the folks as prayed to gods that give something you really need. And says
Well,
if a good
she's
bunch of
looking
men
quick,
stand
ain't
by
she?
him, you could maybe get a hold of certain powers, as will bring plenty of fish and quite a bit of gold. Of course, them was sorry that was and see behind him, know what he meant, and were none too anxious to get close to see things like they'd heard tell on. But them as didn't know what 'twas all about got kinda swayed by what Obed had to say, and begun to ask him what he could do to set him on the way to the faith as would bring him results.
Here the old man faltered, mumbled, and lapsed into a moody and apprehensive
Where's
silence,
she going?
glancing nervously over his shoulder, and then turning back to stare fascinatedly at the distant black reef. When I spoke to him, he did not answer, so I knew I would have to let him finish the bottle. The insane yarn I was hearing interested me profoundly, for I fancied there was contained within it a sort of crude allegory based upon the strangeness of Innsmouth, and elaborated by an imagination at once creative and full of scraps of exotic legend. Not for a moment did I believe that the tale had any really substantial foundation, but nonetheless the account held a hint of genuine terror, if only because it brought in references to strange jewels, clearly akin to the malign tiara I had seen in Newburyport.
Sorry, dude.
Perhaps the ornaments had, after all, come from some strange island, and possibly the wild stories were lies of
Okay,
the
you just
bygone
have to
Obed
run away,
himself,
didn't you?
rather than of this antique totem. I handed Zadok the bottle, and he drained it to the last drop. It was curious how he could stand so much whiskey, for not even a trace of thickness had come into his high, lispy voice. He licked the nose of the bottle and slipped it into his pocket, then beginning to nod and whisper softly to himself.
Come here, hurry.
Catch any articulate words he might utter, and thought I saw a
Was that
sardonic
my
smile
stable that just
behind
bought
the
it out?
stained
It
bushy
was.
whiskers.
Motherfucker.
Yes, he was really forming words, and I could grasp a fair proportion of them.
Still mine.
Poor Matt. Matt, he always was against it. Tried to line up the folks on his side, and had long talks with the preachers. No use. They run the Congregational Parson out of town, and the Methodist feller quit. Never did see Resolved Babcock, the Baptiste parson.
See, my bot knows what to do.
Wrath of Jehovah. I was a mighty little critter, but I heard what I heard, and seen what I seen. An ashtray. A golden calf, and the items of Canaan, and Philistines. Babylonish Ephraimites. Mene, Tekel, and Marci. He
again. From the look in his watery blue eyes, I feared he was close to his stupor after all. But when I gently shook his shoulder, he turned on me with astonishing alertness and snapped out some more obscure phrases.
Don't believe me, eh? Then just tell me, young fella,
Fantastic.
why Captain Obed and 20-odd other folks used to row out to Devil Reef in the dead of night and chant things so loud you could hear 'em all over town when the wind was right. Tell me that, eh? And tell me why Obed was always dropping heavy things down into the deep water, the other side of the reef, where the bottom shoots down like a cliff, lower than ye can sound. Tell me what he done with that funny-shaped lead thingamajig as Wallachia give him, eh, boy? And what did they all howl on May Eve, and again the next Halloween? And why'd the new church parsons, fellers as used to be sailors, wear them queer robes and cover themselves with them gold-like things Obed brung, eh?
The watery blue eyes were almost savage and maniacal now, and the dirty white beard
trash.
bristled electrically. Old Zadok probably
Hi.
saw me shrink back, for he had begun
You
to
like it
cackle
up there?
eagerly.
Beginning to see, eh? Maybe you'd like to have been me
You
in
okay,
them
Joey?
days.
Come here.
When I seed things at night out to sea
down.
from the cupola on top of me house.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I can tell you, little pitchers have big ears. And I wasn't missing nothing of what was gossiped about Captain Obed and the folks out to the reef. How
What
about
is
the night I
wrong,
took
buddy?
my pa's ship glass up the cupola and see the reef a bristling thick with shapes that dove off quick soon the moon rise. Obed and the folks was in a dory, but them shapes dove off the far side into the deep water and never come up.
Yeah, hot
How'd he like to be a little shaver, alone up in a cupola, a watching shapes as wasn't human shapes? Eh?
The old man was getting hysterical, and I began to shiver with a nameless alarm. He laid a gnarled claw on my shoulder, and it seemed to me that its shaking was not altogether that of mirth.
Suppose one night you seed something heavy heaved off an Obed's dory beyond the reef, and them lar next day a young feller was missing from home. Eh? Did anybody ever see Hide a Hare or Hiram Gilman again? Did they? And Nick Pierce,
Go in, go away.
and Noelle Wade,
Go away.
and Adoniram Southwick,
Come on, go away.
and Henry Garrison. Eh? Shapes, talking sign language with their hands. Them as had real hands. Oh, sir, that was the time Obed begun to get on his feet again. Folks see his 3 darters are wearing gold things that nobody never seen on him before. And smoke started coming out of the refinery chimney. Other folks who were prosperous fish, strong and hard and fit to kill. And heaven knows what size cargoes we were gonna ship out to Newburyport, Arkham, and Boston. Was then Obed got the old branch railroad put through. Some Kingsport fishermen worried that the catch should come up and see them. But they was all lost. Nobody never seen them again. Then our folks organized the Esoteric Order of Dagon and bought Masonic Hall and
What's
held
happening
men.
over there?
And Elliot, the Mason, began to sell it. But he dropped out of sight just then. Remember, I ain't saying Obed was set on having things just like there was on that Kanaki Height. I don't think he aimed at first to do no mixing.
I could have waited. Why didn't you
Take to the
finish?
water and turn into fishes with eternal life. He wanted them gold things and was willing to pay heavy. And I guess the others was satisfied for a while.
Bitch, move!
I'm in 46.
What the fuck,
Town
man?
needs to look and thinking for itself. Too many folks missing.
Please kill me. I don't want to play with them.
Too much talk about that reef. I guess I done a bit by telling selectmen stories I see from the couple of them. There was a party one night as far away from the crowd out to the reef, and I heard shots betwixt the doors. Next day, Obed Obed and
Here,
32
y'all
others
have
was
that
in jail,
covered.
with everybody wondering just what was afoot, and just what charge against them could be got to hold. God, if anybody dropped their hand. A couple of weeks later, when nothing had been thrown into the sea for that long,
Zadok was showing signs of fright and exhaustion, and I let him keep silent for a while, though glancing apprehensively at my watch. The tide had turned and was coming in now, and the sound of the waves seemed to arouse him.
Why are you doing that?
I was glad of that tide, for at high water the fishy smell might not be so bad.
I've been in here all month.
Again, I
Nobody's
strained
here. Why the
to
fuck
catch his
do you want?
whispers.
that awful night, I seed them. I was up in the Cupola, hordes of them, swarms of them, all over the reef and swimming up the harbor into the Manuette. God, what happened in the streets of Innsmouth that night? They rattled our door, but Pa wouldn't open. Then he clumb out the kitchen window with his musket to find Selectman Mowry and see what he could do. Mounds of the dead and the dying, shots and screams, shouting in Old Square and Town Square and New Church Green. Jail thrown open, proclamation, treason. Called it the
My
plague
cats are
when
being
folks come in
assholes.
and found half our people missing. Nobody left but them as who'd join in with Obed and them things, or else keep quiet. Never heard of my pa no more.
The old man was panting,
Actually,
perspiring profusely. His grip on
Think
my
I should
shoulder
have
tightened.
enough now.
Everybody cleaned up in the morning, but there was traces. Obed kinda takes charge and says things is gonna be changed. Others will worship with us at meeting time. And certain houses he's got to entertain guests. They wanted to mix like they done with the Panakees. And he, for one, didn't feel bound to stop them. Far gone was Obed. Just like a crazy man on the subject. He says they brung us fish and treasure, and should have what they hankered after. Nothing was to be different on the outside. Only we was to keep shy of strangers if we knowed what was good for us. We all had to take the oath at Dagon. And later on they was second and third oaths that some of us took. Them as would help special, would get special rewards, gold and such. No use balking, for they was millions of them down there. They'd rather not start rising and wiping out humankind. But if they was gave away and forced to, they could do a lot
It
toward
really
just that.
bothers me when I see a sable in a
We didn't
black
have them
outfit
old
wearing that
charms
little
to cut 'em
white
off
hat.
like folks in the
It
South
just
Sea did.
upsets me.
And them Kanakees would never give away
They
their
don't
secrets.
go together. I
Yield
like
up
the
enough
ponytail too,
sacrifices
but
and
like that
savage
shit don't go
knickknacks
together.
And arborage in the town when they wanted it. And they'd let well enough alone. Wouldn't bother no strangers as might bear tales outside. That is, without they got prying. All in the band of the faithful. Order of Dagon. And the children should never die, but go back to the Mother Hydra and Father Dagon.
I make
where
fun
we
of
all
girls
come
that
from.
fucking dress like that.
Ia, Cthulhu Fatan, Funglui Maglafu, Cthulhu Earlier Wagnago Fatan.
Old Zadok was fast lapsing into stark raving, and I held my breath. Poor old soul. To what pitiful depths of hallucination had his liquor, plus his hatred of the decay,
Oh yeah,
alienage,
liquor.
and disease around him,
I
robbed
almost
that
forgot.
fertile, imaginative brain. He began to moan now, and tears were coursing down his channeled cheeks into the depths of his beard.
God, what I seen since I was 15 years old. Mene,
That was
Mene,
weird.
Teke, Aparshan. The folks as was missing.
My controller wasn't off that time, but it wouldn't let me move for a minute.
Or such places was all called crazy.
Hi, Daddy.
Like you're calling me right now. But God, what I see. They'd have killed me long ago for what I know. Only I took the first and second oaths of Dagon off in Obed. So protected, unless in a jury of approved, I told things knowing and deliberate. But I wouldn't take the third oath. I'd have died rather than take that. It got worse around Civil War time, when children born since 46 begun to grow up. Some of them, that is. I was afeared. Never did no crying after that awful night. I never seen one of them close to in all my life. That is, never no full-blooded one. I went to the war. If I had any guts or sense, I'd have never come back,
It's not where I
but
want to
settled
be.
away from here. But folks wrote me things wasn't so bad. That, I suppose, was because government draft men was in town after 63. After the war, it was just as bad again. People begun to fall off. Mills and shops shut down. Shipping stopped and the harbor choked up. Railroad gave up. But they never stopped swimming in and out to the river from that cursed reef of Satan. And more attic windows got boarded up. And more noises was heard in houses as wasn't supposed to have nobody in. Folks outside have their stories about us. Suppose you've heard of plenty of them, seen the questions you ask. Stories about things they've seen now and then. And about that queer jewelry that still comes in from somewheres and ain't quite all melted up. But nothing never gets definite. Nobody will believe nothing. They call them gold-like things pirate loot, and allow the Innsmouth folk has fur and blood, or is distempered or something. Besides, them that lives here shoo off as many
Green
strangers
man
as they
coming
can,
for me.
and encourage the rest not to get very curious, especially around nighttime. Beasts balk at the critters. Hoses wasn't mules, but when they got all those, that was all right. In 46, Captain Obed took a second wife that nobody in the town never seen. Some says he didn't want
Can
to,
I help you with this?
but
But
was
don't
made
tell Daddy.
by them as he called in. Had 3 children by her. 2 was disappeared young, but one gal looked like anybody else. and was
Actually, I
educated
need
in
something I
Europe.
can give him.
Obed finally got her married off by a trick to an art fella that didn't suspect nothing. But nobody outside will have nothing to do with the Innsmouth folk now. Barnabas Marsh, that runs the refinery now, is Obed's grandson by his first wife. Son of Onesiphorus, his eldest son. But his mother was another of them, as one never seed outdoors. Right now, Barnabas is about changed. Can't shut his eyes no more. He's all out of shape. They say he still wears clothes, but he'll take to the water soon. Maybe he's tried it already. They do sometimes go down for little spells before they go for good. Ain't been seen out in public for nigh on 10 years. Don't know how his poor wife can feel. She come from Ipswich, and they nigh lynched Barnabas when he courted her 50-odd years ago. Obed, he died in 78, and all the next generation is gone now. The first wife's children dead, and the rest, God knows.
The sound of the incoming tide was now very insistent, and little by little it seemed to change the old man's mood from maudlin fearfulness to watchful fear. He would pause now and then to renew those nervous glances over his shoulder or out toward the reef, and despite the wild absurdity of his tale, I could not help beginning to share his vague apprehensiveness. Zadok now grew short and seemed to be trying to whip up his courage with louder speech.
Hey, you, why don't
He
you say
doesn't
something?
like me.
How'd you like to be living in a town like this?
I thought for sure the pig would convince
And
him.
the monsters crawl, bleat, and bark hopping around black cellars and attics every way you turn. Eh? How would you like to hear the howling night after night from the churches and order a Dagon Hall and no one's doing part of the howling? How would you like to hear what comes from that awful reef every May Eve at Hallowmass? Eh? Think the old man's crazy, eh? Well, sir, let me tell you, that ain't the worst.
Zadok was really screaming now, and the mad frenzy of his voice disturbed me more than I cared to own.
Curse you!
You dummy.
Don't sit there staring at me with them eyes. I tell Obed Marsh he's in hell, and he's got to stay there. In hell, I says. Can't get me. I ain't done nothing or told nobody nothing. Well, you think I ain't told nothing yet. I'm a-going to now. You just sit still and listen to me, boy. This is what I ain't never told nobody. I says I didn't do no prying after that night, but I found things out just the same. You want to know what the real horror is, eh? Well, it's this. It ain't what them fish devils has done, but what they're going to do. They're bringing things up out of water.
Don't
that
ask any
come from into
questions.
the town.
Just heal me.
Been doing it for years, and slacking it up lately. Them houses north of the river, betwixt water and main streets, is full of them. Them devils and what they brought. And when they get ready, I say when they get ready, ever hear tell of a Shoggoth? And you hear me? I tell you, I know what them things be. I seen them one night when...
The hideous suddenness and inhuman frightfulness of the old man's shriek almost made me faint. His eyes, looking past me toward the malodorous sea, were positively starting from his head, while his face was a mask of fear worthy of Greek tragedy. His bony claw dug monstrously into my shoulder, and he made no motion as I turned my head to look wherever he had glimpsed. There was nothing that I could see, only the incoming tide, with perhaps one set of ripples more local than the long-flung line of breakers. But now Zadok was shaking, and I turned back to watch the melting of that fear-frozen face into a chaos of twitching eyelids and mumbling gums. Presently, his voice came back, albeit as a trembling whisper.
Get out of here now. Get out of here. They seen us. Get out for your life. Don't wait for nothing. They know now. Run for it. Quick. Out of this town.
Don't hurt me.
Another
Daddy!
dashed against the loosening masonry of
Help!
the dwarf and changed the mad ancient's whisper to another inhuman and blood-curdling scream. Before I could recover my scattered wits, he had relaxed his clutch on my shoulder and dashed wildly toward the street, reeling northward around the ruined warehouse wall. I glanced back at the sea, but there was nothing there. And when I reached Water Street and looked along toward the north,
Daddy's an asshole.
of Zadok Alley. Chapter 4. I can hardly describe the mood in which I was left by this harrowing episode. An episode at once mad and pitiful, grotesque and terrifying. The grocery boy had prepared me for it, yet the reality left me nonetheless bewildered and disturbed. Puerile though the story was, old Zadok's insane earnestness and horror had communicated to me a mounting unrest, which joined with my earlier sense of loathing for the town. And its
Who is that
blood-dumped
guy in the
intangible
hazmat
shadow.
skin? That's a good idea.
Later,
It was.
I might sift
think
the
it was a
tale and
trapper.
extract some nucleus of historic allegory. Just now, I wish to put it out of my head. The hour had grown perilously late. My watch said 7:15, and the Arkham bus left town square at 8. So I tried to give my thoughts as neutral and practical a cast as possible. Meanwhile, walking rapidly through the deserted streets of gaping roofs and leaning houses toward the hotel where I had checked my valise and would find my bus. Though the golden light
Where
of late
have you
afternoon
ended
gave
up
the
this time?
Was it
decrepit
not a
chimneys an
trapper?
air of mystic loveliness and peace, I could not help glancing over my shoulder now and then. I would surely be very glad to get out of malodorous and fear-shadowed Innsmouth, and wished there were some other vehicle than the bus
wasn't
driven
that.
by that sinister-looking fellow, Sergeant.
Like, I can't
Yet I
even
did not
remember what he
hurry
was
too
wearing now.
precipitately, for there were architectural details worth viewing at every silent corner, and I could easily, I calculated, cover the necessary distance in a half hour. Studying the grocery's youth map and seeking a route I had not traversed before, I chose Marsh Street instead of State for my approach to Town Square. Near the corner of Fall Street, I began to see scattered groups of furtive whisperers, and when I finally reached the square, I saw that almost all the loiterers were congregated around the door of the Gilman house.
I think that's the that's
It
the one
seemed
I
as
was
if
thinking
many
about,
bulging,
and that
watery,
that wasn't him,
unwinking
was it?
eyes looked oddly at me as
So,
I
yeah, I
claimed
don't
my
know who that
valise
was.
in the lobby, and I hoped that none of these unpleasant creatures would be my fellow passengers on the coach. The bus, rather early, rattled in with 3 passengers somewhat before 8, and an evil-looking fellow on the sidewalk muttered a few indistinguishable words to the driver. Sergeant threw out a mailbag roll of newspapers and entered the hotel, while the passengers, the same men I had seen arriving in Newburyport that morning, shambled to the sidewalk and exchanged some faint
Does it say how many of
guttural
those
words
have unlocked?
with a loafer in a language I could have sworn was not English. I
65
boarded the empty
extras.
coach and took the same seat I had taken before, but was hardly settled before Sergeant reappeared
Cool.
and began mumbling in a throaty voice of peculiar repulsiveness. I was, it appeared, in very bad luck. There had been something wrong with the engine, despite the excellent time made from Newburyport, and the bus could not complete the journey to Arkham. No, it could not possibly be repaired that night, nor was there any other way of getting transportation out of Innsmouth, either to Arkham or elsewhere. Sergeant was sorry, but I would have to stop over at the Gilman. Probably the clerk would make the price easy for me, but there was nothing else to do. Almost dazed by this sudden obstacle, and violently dreading the fall of night in this decaying and half-unlighted town, I left the bus and re-entered the hotel lobby, where the sullen, queer-looking night clerk told me I could have room 428 on next the top floor. Large, but without running
Maybe
water,
it was a
for
minor
$1.
skin. I don't know.
Despite what I had heard of this hotel in Newburyport, I signed the register, paid my $1, let the clerk take my valise, and followed that sour, solitary attendant up 3 creaking flights of stairs, past dusty corridors which seemed wholly devoid of life. My room, a dismal rear one with 2 windows and bare, cheap furnishings, overlooked a dingy courtyard, otherwise hemmed in by low, deserted brick blocks, and commanded a view of decrepit westward stretching roofs, with a marshy countryside beyond. At the end of the corridor was a bathroom, a discouraging relic, with ancient marble bowl, tin tub, faint electric light, and musty wooden paneling around all the plumbing fixtures. It being still daylight, I descended to the square and looked around for a dinner of some sort, noticing as I did so the strange glances I received from the unwholesome loafers. Since the grocery was closed, I was forced to patronize the restaurant I had shunned before. Astute, narrow-headed man with staring, unwinking eyes, and a flat-nosed wench with unbelievably thick, clumsy hands being in attendance. The service was of the counter type, and it relieved me to find that much was evidently served from cans and packages. A bowl of vegetable soup with crackers was enough for me, and I soon headed back from my cheerless room at the Gilman, getting an evening paper and a fly-specked magazine from the evil-visaged clerk at the rickety stand beside his desk. As twilight deepened, I turned on the one feeble electric bulb over the cheap iron-framed bed, and tried as best I could to continue the reading I had begun. I felt it advisable to keep my mind wholesomely occupied, but it would not do to brood over the abnormalities of this ancient, blight-shadowed town while I was still within its borders. The insane yarn I had heard from the aged drunkard did not promise very pleasant dreams, and I felt I must keep the image of his wild, watery eyes as far as possible from my imagination. Also, I must not dwell on what that factory inspector had told the Newburyport ticket agent about the Gilman house and the voices of its nocturnal tenants. Not on that, nor on the face beneath the tiara in the black church doorway, the face for whose horror my conscious mind could not account. It would perhaps have been easier to keep my thoughts from disturbing topics had the room not been so gruesomely musty. As it was, the lethal mustiness blended hideously with the town's general fishy odor and persistently focused one's fancy on death and decay. Another thing that disturbed me was the absence of a bolt on the door of my room. One had been there, as marks clearly showed, but there were signs of recent removal. No doubt it had become out of order, like so many other things in this decrepit edifice. In my nervousness, I looked around and discovered a
H.P.
bolt on the
Lovecraft
clothes
is
rack, which
free
received on the
domain
same
if
side.
I want to read it myself, but any person's, like, it's just like classical music. Like, the music itself is free domain, but each person's recording can still be protected by that person.
Including a screwdriver, which I kept on my key ring. The bolt fitted perfectly, and I was somewhat relieved when I knew that I could shoot it firmly upon retirement. Not
I've heard a lot of people say you can't get in trouble for playing classical music, but you definitely can. You just have to find a recording that you're allowed to use.
Connecting rooms, and these
And
I
you can
proceeded
find,
to
like,
fashion.
a different recording of that same
I
song
did
that you're not
undress,
allowed to use.
but decided to read till I was sleepy, and then lie down with only my coat, collar, and shoes on. Taking a pocket flashlight from my valise, I placed it in my trousers so that I could read my watch if I woke up later in the dark. Drowsiness, however, did not come. And when I stopped to analyze my thoughts, I found to my disquiet that I was really unconsciously listening for something. Listening for something which I dreaded but could not name. That inspector's story must have worked on my imagination more deeply than I had suspected. Again, I tried to read, but found that I made no progress. After a time, I seemed to hear the stairs, corridors creak at intervals, as if with footsteps, and wondered if the other rooms were beginning to fill up. There were no voices, however, and it struck me that there was something suddenly furtive about the creature. I did not like it, debating whether I had better try to sleep at all. This town had some queer people, and there had undoubtedly been several disappearances.
Get
Was
through
this
that
one of
shit,
those
bitch.
inns where travelers were slain for their money? Surely I had no look of excessive prosperity. Or were the townsfolk really so resentful about curious visitors? Had my obvious sightseeing with its frequent map consultations aroused unfavorable notice? It occurred to me that I must be in a highly nervous state to let a few random creakings set me off speculating in this fashion, but I regretted nonetheless that I was unarmed. At length, feeling a fatigue which had nothing of drowsiness in it, I bolted the newly outfitted hall door, turned off the light, and threw myself down on the hard, uneven bed, coat, collar, shoes, and all. In the darkness, every faint noise of the night seemed magnified, and a flood of doubly unpleasant thoughts swept over me. I was sorry I had put out the light, yet was too tired to rise and turn it on again. Then, after a long, dreary interval, and prefaced by a
Damn
fresh
it.
creaking of stairs and corridors, there came that soft, damnably unmistakable sound which seemed like a malign fulfillment of all my apprehensions. Without the least shadow of a doubt, the lock on my hall door was being tried, cautiously, furtively, tentatively, with a key. My sensations upon recognizing this sign of actual peril were perhaps less, rather than more tumultuous, because of my previous vague fears. I had been, albeit without definite reason, instinctively on my guard, and that was to my advantage in a new, real crisis, whatever it might turn out to be. Nevertheless,
You
the
cunt.
change in the menace from vague premonition to immediate reality was a profound shock and fell upon me with the force of a genuine blow. It never once occurred to me that the fumbling might be a mere mistake. Malign purpose was all I could think of, and I kept deathly quiet, awaiting the would-be intruder's next move. After a time, the cautious rattling ceased, and I heard the room to the north entered with a passkey. Then, the lock of the connecting door
There's
to my
no
room was
chance in hell I'm
softly
gonna
tried.
get her out of there.
The bolt held, of course, and I heard the floor creak as the prowler left the room. After a moment, there came another soft rattling, and I knew that the room to the south of me was being entered. Again, a furtive trine of a bolted connecting door, and
far
again,
away.
a receding creaking. This time, the creaking went along the hall and down the stairs, so I knew that the prowler had realized the bolted condition of my doors and was giving up his attempt for a greater or lesser time, as the future would show. The readiness with which I fell into a plan of action proved that I must have been subconsciously fearing some menace and considering possible avenues of escape for hours. From the first, I felt that the unseen fumbler meant a danger, not to be met or dealt with, but only to be fled from as precipitately as possible. The one thing to do was to get out of that hotel alive as quickly as I could, and through some channel other than the front stairs and lobby. Rising softly, throwing my flashlight on the switch, I sought to light the bulb over my bed in order to choose and pocket some belongings for a swift, valiseless flight. Nothing, however, happened, and I saw that the power had been cut off. Clearly, some cryptic, evil movement was afoot on a large scale. Just what, I could not say. As I stood pondering with my hand on the now useless switch, I heard a muffled creaking on the floor below, and thought I could barely distinguish voices in conversation. A moment later, I felt less sure that the deeper sounds were voices, since the apparent hoarse barkings and loose syllabled croakings bore so little resemblance to recognized human speech. Then I thought with renewed force of what the factory inspector had heard in the night in this moldering and pestilential building. Having filled my pockets with the flashlight's aid, I put on my hat and tiptoed to the windows to consider chances of descent. Despite the state's safety regulations, there was no fire escape on this side of the hotel, and I saw that my windows commanded only a sheer 3-story drop to the cobbled courtyard. On the right and left, however, some ancient brick business blocks abutted on the hotel, their slant roofs coming up to a reasonable jumping distance from my 4th-story level. To reach either of these lines of buildings, I would have to be in a room 2 doors from my own, in one case on the north, and in the other case on the south, and my mind instantly set to work calculating what chances I had of making the transfer. I could not, I decided, risk an emergence into the corridor, where my footsteps would surely be heard, and where the difficulties of entering the desired room would be insuperable. My progress, if it was to be made at all, would have to be through the less solidly built connecting doors of the rooms, the locks and bolts of which I would have to force violently, using my shoulder as a battering ram whenever they were set against me. This, I thought, would be possible owing to the rickety nature of the house and its fixtures, but I realized I could not do it noiselessly. I would have to count on sheer speed, and the chance of getting to a window before any hostile forces became coordinated enough to open the right door toward me with a passkey. My own outer door I reinforced by pushing the bureau against it, little by little, in order to make a minimum of sound. I perceived that my chances were very slender, and was fully prepared for any calamity. Even getting to another roof would not solve the problem, for there would then remain the task of reaching the ground and escaping from the town. One thing in my favor was the deserted and ruinous state of the abutting buildings, and the number of skylights gaping blackly open in each row. Gathering from the grocery board's map the best route out of town was southward, I glanced first at the connecting door on the south side of the room. It was designed to open in my direction, hence I saw, after drawing the bolt and finding other fastenings in place. It was not a favorable one for forcing. Accordingly, abandoning it as a route, I cautiously moved the bedstead against it to hamper any attack which might be made on it later from the next room. The door on the north was hung to open away from me, and this, though a test proved it to be locked or bolted from the other side, I knew must be my route. If I could gain the roofs of the buildings in Payne Street and descend successfully to the ground level, I might perhaps
Why
dart
does that
through the
mean
courtyard
that?
and the adjacent or opposite buildings to Washington or Bates, or else emerge in Payne and edge around southward into Washington. In any case, I would aim to strike Washington somehow and get quickly out of the town square region. My preference would be to avoid Payne, since the fire station there might be open all night. As I thought of these things, I looked out over the squalid sea and decaying roofs below me, now brightened by the beams of a moon not much past full.
Fucking cunts.
On the right, the black gash of the river gorge clothed the panorama. Abandoned factories and railway station clinging barnacle-like to its sides. Beyond it, the rusted railway and the Rowley Road led off through a flat, marshy terrain dotted with islets of higher and drier scrub-grown land. On the left, the creek-threaded countryside was nearer, the narrow road to Ipswich gleaming white in the moonlight. I could not see from my side of the hotel the southward route toward Arkham which I had determined to take. I was irresolutely speculating on when I had better attack the northward door and on how I could least audibly manage it, when I noticed that the vague noises underfoot had given place to a fresh and heavier creaking of the stairs. A wavering flicker of light showed through my transom, and the boards of the corridor began to groan with a ponderous load. Muffled sounds of possible vocal origin approached, and at length, a firm knock came at my outer door. For a moment, I simply held my breath and waited. Eternities seemed to elapse, and the nauseous, fishy odor of my environment seemed to mount suddenly and spectacularly. Then the knocking was repeated, continuously and with growing insistence. I knew that the time for action had come, and forthwith drew the bolt of the northward connecting door, bracing myself for the task of battering it open. The knocking waxed louder, and I hoped that its volume would cover the sound of my efforts. At last, beginning my attempt, I lunged again and again at the thin paneling with my left shoulder, heedless of shock or pain. The door resisted, even more than I had expected, but I did not give in. And all the while, the clamor at the outer door increased. Finally, the connecting door gave, but with such a crash that I knew those outside must have heard. Instantly, the outside knocking became a violent battering, while keys sounded ominously in the hall doors of the rooms on both sides of me. Rushing through the newly opened connection, I succeeded in bolting the northerly hall door before the lock could be turned. But even as I did so, I heard the hall door of the third room, the one from whose window I had hoped to reach the roof below, being tried with a passkey. For an instant I felt absolute despair, since my trapping in a chamber with no window egress seemed complete. A wave of almost abnormal horror swept over me, and invested with a terrible but unexplainable singularity the flashlight glimpsed dust prints made by the intruder who had lately tried my door from this room. Then, with a dazed automatism which persisted despite hopelessness, I made for the next connecting door and performed the blind motion of pushing at it in an effort to get through, and granting that fastenings might be as providentially intact as in this second room, bolt the hall door beyond before the lock could be turned from outside. Sheer fortunate chance gave me my reprieve, for the connecting door before me was not only unlocked, but actually ajar. In a second I was through, and had my right knee and shoulder against a hall door which was visibly opening inward. My pressure took the opener off guard, for the thing shut as I pushed, so that I could slip the well-conditioned bolt as I had done with the other door. As I gained this respite, I heard the battering at the two other doors abate, while a confused clatter came from the connecting door I had shielded with the bedstead. Evidently, the bulk of my assailants had entered the southerly room and were massing in a lateral attack. But at the same moment, a passkey sounded in the next door to the north, and I knew that a nearer peril was at hand. The northward connecting door was wide open, but there was no time to think about checking the already turning lock in the hall. All I could do was to shut and bolt the open connecting door, as well as its mate on the opposite side, pushing a bedstead against the one and a bureau against the other,
Coming.
and moving a washstand in front of the hall door. I saw, trust to such makeshift barriers to shield me till I could get out the window and on the roof of the Main Street block. But even in this acute moment, my chief horror was something apart from the immediate darkness of my defenses. I was shuddering because not one of my pursuers, despite some hideous pantings, gruntings, and subdued barkings that was uttering an unmuffled or intelligible vocal sound. As I moved the furniture in a rush toward the windows, I heard a frightful scurry along the corridor toward the room north of me, and perceived that the southward battering had ceased. Plainly, most of my opponents were about to concentrate against the feeble connecting door, which they knew must open directly on me. Outside, the moon played on the ridgepole the block below, and I saw that the jump would be desperately hazardous because of the steep surface on which I must land. Surveying the conditions, I chose the more southerly of the two windows as my avenue of escape, planning to land on the inner slope of the roof and make for the nearest skylight. Once inside one of the decrepit brick structures, I would have to reckon with pursuit, but I hoped to descend and dodge in and out of yawning doorways along the shadowed courtyard, eventually getting to Washington Street and slipping out of town toward the south. The clatter at the northerly connecting door was now terrific, and I saw that the weak paneling was beginning to splinter. Obviously, the besiegers had brought some ponderous object into play as a battering ram. The bedstead, however, still held firm, so that I had at least a faint chance of making good my escape. As I opened the window, I noticed that it was flanked by heavy velour draperies suspended from a pole by brass rings, and also that there was a large projecting catch for the shutters on the exterior. Seeing a possible means of avoiding the dangerous jump, I yanked at the hangings and brought them down, pole and all, then quickly hooking two of the rings in the shutter catch and flinging the drapery outside. The heavy folds reached fully for the abutting roof, and I saw that the rings and catch would be likely to bear my weight. So, climbing out of the window and down the improvised rope ladder, I left behind me forever the morbid and horror-infested fabric of the Gilman house. I landed safely on the loose slates of the steep roof, and succeeded in gaining the gaping black skylight without a slip. Glancing up at the window I had left, I observed it was still dark, though far across the crumbling chimneys to the north, I could see lights ominously blazing in the Order of Dagon Hall, the Baptist Church, and the Congregational Church which I had recalled so shiveringly. There had seemed to be no one in the courtyard below, and I hoped there would be a chance to get away before the spreading of a general alarm. Flashing my pocket lamp into the skylight, I saw that there were no steps down. The distance was slight, however, so I clambered over the brink and dropped, striking a dusty floor littered with crumbling boxes and barrels.
Okay.
The place was ghoulish looking, but I was past minding
Take that
such
now.
impressions, and made at once for the staircase revealed by my flashlight, after a hasty glance at my watch, which showed the hour to be 2 a.m. The steps creaked, but seemed tolerably sound, and I raced down past a barn-like second story to the ground floor. The desolation was complete, and only echoes answered my footfalls. At length, I reached the lower hall, at one end of which I saw a faint, luminous rectangle marking the ruined
Fuck you
Main Street
guys.
doorway. Heading the other way, I found the back door also open, and darted out and down 5 stone steps to the grass-grown cobblestones of the courtyard. The moonbeams did not reach down here, but I could just see my way about without using the flashlight. Some of the windows in the Gilman house side were faintly glowing, and I thought I heard confused sounds within. Walking softly over to the Washington Street side, I perceived several open doorways and chose the nearest as my route out. The hallway inside was black, and when I reached the opposite end, I saw that the street door was wedged immovably shut. Resolved to try another building, I groped my way back toward the courtyard, but stopped short when close to the doorway. For out of an unopened door in the Gilman house, a large crowd of doubtful shapes was pouring. Lanterns bobbing in the darkness, and horrible croaking voices exchanging low cries in what was certainly not English. The figures moved and circled, and I realized to my relief that they did not know where I had gone. But for all that, they sent a shiver of horror through my frame. Their features were indistinguishable, but their crouching, shambling gait was abominably repellent. And worst of all, I perceived that one figure was strangely robed and unmistakably surmounted by a tall tiara of a design altogether too familiar. As the figures spread throughout the courtyard, I felt my fears increase. Suppose I could find no egress from this building on the street side. The fishy odor was detestable, and I wondered I could stand it without fainting. Again, groping toward the street, I opened a door up the hall and came upon an empty room with closely shuttered and sashless windows. Fumbling in the rays of my flashlight, I found I could open the shutters, and in another moment had climbed outside and was carefully closing the aperture in its original manner. I was now in Washington Street, and for the moment saw no living thing nor any light save that of the moon. From several directions in the distance, however, I could hear the sound of hoarse voices, of footsteps, and of a curious kind of pattering, which did not sound quite like footsteps. Plainly, I had no time to lose. The points of the compass were clear to me, and I was glad that all the streetlights were turned off, as is often the custom on strongly moonlit nights in unprosperous rural regions. Some of the sounds came from the south, yet I retained my design of escaping in that direction. There would, I knew, be plenty of deserted doorways to shelter me in case I met any person or group who looked like pursuers. I walked rapidly, softly, and close to the ruined houses. Well hatless and disheveled after my arduous climb, I did not look especially
Did you
noticeable,
just do a
and
fast
stood a good
locker
chance of
exit?
passing unheeded,
Because
if
I could have
fortunate,
swore I heard a fast
casual
locker
wayfarer.
exit.
At Bates Street, I drew into a yawning...
Like you're trying to make fun of the killers for not catching us, but they can still catch us,
but
you
was soon on my
asshole.
way there, and approaching the open
Move, fucker.
Elliott Street obliquely crosses Washington at the intersection of South. Though I had never seen this space, it had looked dangerous to me on the grocery
He
news
did, by the
map.
way, he did a
Since
fucking
the
fast
moonlight
locker
would have free
exit.
play there.
He wanted them to run over
There was
here.
no use trying to evade it, for any alternative course would involve detours of possibly disastrous visibility and
I
delaying
hate
the fact.
people.
The only thing to do was to cross it boldly and openly, imitating the typical shambling of the Innsmouth folk as best I could, and trusting that no one, or at least no pursuer of mine, would be there. Just how fully the pursuit was organized, and indeed just what its purpose might be, I could form no idea. There seemed to be unusual activity in the town, but I judged that the news of my escape from the Gilman had not yet spread. I would, of course, soon have to shift from Washington to some other southward street, for that party from the hotel would doubtless be after me. I must have left dust.
I mean, I
prints in that
wanted
last
out,
old
but
building,
I really
revealing
should
how
have
I had
fucking
gained
body
the
blocked
street.
that and just not let anyone
The
open
open
the gate at
space
all after he
was,
fucking
as I
did
had
that.
expected, strongly
That's such an
moonlit,
asshole thing
and I
to
saw the
do.
remains of a park-like iron-railed green in its center. Fortunately, no one was about.
I
though a
would have
curious
fucking
sort
done
of
that, but the
buzz
killers
and roar
usually
seemed to be
don't
increasing in the
realize.
direction of Town Square.
Like, I don't want to die
South
over
Street
it.
was very wide, leading directly down a slight declivity to the waterfront, and commanding a long view out at sea. And I hoped that no one would be glancing up it from afar as I crossed in the bright moonlight. My progress was unimpeded, and no fresh sound arose to hint that I had been spied. Glancing about me, I involuntarily let my pace slacken for a second to take in the sight of the sea, gorgeous in the burning moonlight at the street's end. Far out beyond the breakwater was the dim, dark line of Devil Reef, and as I glimpsed it, I could not help thinking of all the hideous legends I had heard in the last 34 hours. Legends which portrayed this ragged rock as a veritable gateway to realms of unfathomed horror and inconceivable abnormality. Then, without
Inconceivable
warning, I saw the
abnormality.
intermittent flashes of light on the distant reef. They were definite and unmistakable, and awaked in my mind a blind horror beyond all rational proportion. My muscles tightened for panic flight, held in only by a certain unconscious caution and half-hypnotic fascination. And to make matters worse, there now flashed forth from the lofty cupola of the Gilman House, which loomed up to the northeast behind me, a series of analogous, though differently spaced gleams, which could be nothing less than an answering signal. Controlling my muscles, and realizing afresh how plainly visible I was, I resumed my brisker and feignedly shambling pace, though keeping my eyes on that hellish and ominous reef as long as the opening of South Street gave me a seaward view. What the whole proceeding meant, I could not imagine, unless it involved some strange rite connected with Devil Reef, or unless some party had landed from a ship on that sinister rock. I now
Come on,
bent to
motherfucker.
the left around the ruinous green,
Jesus,
still
people
gazing toward the
suck.
ocean as it blazed in the spectral summer moonlight, and watching the cryptical flashing of those nameless, unexplainable beacons. It was then the most horrible impression of all, born in upon me. The impression that destroyed my last vestige of self-control, and set me running frantically
He saw
southward
black.
past the yawning black doorways and fishily staring windows of that deserted nightmare street. For at a closer glance, I saw that the moonlit waters
castle's so
between
pretty.
the reef and the shore were far from empty. They were alive, with a teeming horde of shapes swimming inward toward the town. And even at my vast distance, and in my single moment of perception, I could tell that the bobbing heads and flailing arms were alien and aberrant in a way scarcely to be expressed or consciously formulated. My frantic running ceased before I had covered a block, for at my left I began to hear something like a hue, cry, organized pursuit. There were footsteps and guttural sounds, and a rattling motor wheezed south along Federal Street. In a second, all my plans were utterly changed. For if the southward highway were blocked ahead of me, I must
Guys,
clearly find
God
another
damn it.
egress for
I
the
want to
instant.
use my toolbox.
I paused and drew into a gaping doorway, reflecting how lucky I was to have left the moonlit open space before these pursuers came down the parallel street. A second reflection was less comforting. Since the pursuit was down
Heal
another
me.
street, it was plain that the party
Okay.
was not following me directly.
I'm going to be
It had
very
not
mean
seemed,
to that
but was simply
motherfucker.
obeying a general plan of cutting off my escape. This, however, implied that all roads leading out of Innsmouth were similarly patrolled, for the denizens could not have known what route I intended to take. If this were so, I would have to
And
make
now
my
I'm
retreat
fucking
across
sorry I
country away
unhooked
from
her.
any road.
I only
How
did
could
it
I
because
do
I
that
thought
in
she
view
was
of the
going to come
marsh,
help with the
creek-riddled
generator,
nature of all the surrounding
since she
region.
knew exactly where it was, but
For a
nah.
moment, my brain
Now
reeled,
she wants to play
both from
first.
sheer hopelessness and from a rapid increase in the omnipresent fishy odor. Then I thought of the abandoned railway to Rowley, whose solid line of ballasted, weed-grown earth still stretched off to the northwest from the crumbling station on the edge of the river gorge. There was just a chance that the townsfolk would not think of that, since its briar-choked desertion made it half impassable, and the unlikeliest of all avenues for a fugitive. I had seen it clearly from my hotel window, and knew about where it lay. Most of its earlier length was uncomfortably visible from the Raleigh Road, and from high
Damn
places
it!
in
He
the town
tricked
itself.
me!
But one could perhaps crawl
I heard
inconspicuously
that.
through the undergrowth. At any rate, before my only chance of deliverance, and there was nothing to do inside the hall of my deserted shelter, I once more consulted the grocery boy's map with the aid of the flashlight.
That's pretty good.
The
That's pretty
immediate
smart.
problem was how to reach the ancient railway, and I
I'm
now
not that
saw
smart.
that the safest
I'm not that
course
fast.
was ahead to Babson Street, then west to Lafayette.
When I change the dots, I like sit there for a minute going, whoa,
homologous to the one I
and then I
traversed,
start moving.
and subsequently
I would never
back
think to
northward
immediately
westward
change
in
to a wolf.
zigzagging line through Lafayette, Bay, Avenue, and Bank Street.
Zoom.
The latter skirting the River Gorge, to the abandoned and dilapidated station I had seen from my window. My reason for going ahead to Babson was that I wished
Only my
neither to
first tip.
recross the earlier open space, nor to begin
I
my
don't wanna
westward
play
course
this
along
game.
a cross street as broad as south. Starting
Yeah,
once
heal me.
more
Fuck
across
them.
the street to the right-hand side in order to edge around into Babson as inconspicuously as possible. Noises still continued in Federal Street, and as I glanced behind me, I thought I saw a gleam of light near the building through which I had escaped. Anxious to leave Washington Street, I broke into a quiet dog trot, trusting to luck not to encounter any
It's
observant
that
eyes.
cunt.
Next, the corner of Babson Street, I saw to my alarm that one of the houses was still inhabited, as attested by curtains at the window. But there were no lights within, and I passed it without disaster. In Babson Street, which crossed Federal and
Not
might
gonna
thus
help
reveal me
you.
to the searchers, I clung as closely as possible to the sagging, uneven buildings, twice pausing in a doorway as the noises behind me momentarily increased. Staring at the space ahead shone wide, desolate, but my run did not force me to cross it. During my second pause, I began to detect a fresh distribution of vague sounds, and upon looking cautiously out from cover, beheld a motor
Get her.
darting across the open space, bound out.
Get the others too. I'll show 'em right there. I'm pointing. Come on.
And Lafayette. As I watched, choked by a sudden rise of fishy odor after a short abatement, I saw a band of uncouth, crouching shapes, loping and shambling in the
It's
same
that
direction.
stupid bitch.
And knew
Heal me, heal me.
the party guarding the Ipswich Road, since that highway forms an extension of Elliott Street. Two of the figures I glimpsed were in voluminous robes, and one wore a peaked diadem which glistened whitely.
Good.
The gaze of
I
this
wanted
figure
to
was
die.
so odd that it sent a chill through me. For it seemed to me the creature was almost happy. When the last of the band was out of sight, I resumed my progress, darting around the corner into Lafayette Street and crossing Elliott very hurriedly, lest stragglers of the party be still advancing.
I mean,
I did hear some
I
crunching,
can-
clattering sounds.
I can
far off
select
toward Town
Dracula
Square,
and
but
be that
accomplished the passage
character.
without disaster. My
But
greatest dread was in recrossing broad and moonlit
I
South
suck
Street
at it
with its seaward view,
a lot.
and I had to nerve myself for the ordeal. Someone might easily be looking, and possible Elliott Street stragglers could not fail to glimpse me from either of 2 points.
Okay.
At the last
where's
moment, I
Dracula?
decided I had better slacken my trot and make the crossing as before in the shambling gait
There he is.
of an average Innsmouth native. When the view of the water again opened out, this time on my right, I was half determined not to look at it at all. I could not, however, resist, but cast a sidelong glance as I carefully and imitatively shambled toward the protecting shadows ahead. There was no ship visible, as I had half expected there would be. Instead, the first thing which caught my eye was a small rowboat pulling in toward the abandoned wharves and laden with some bulky, tarpaulin-covered object. Its rowers, though distantly and indistinctly seen, were of an especially repellent aspect. Several swimmers were still discernible, while on the far black reef I could see a faint, steady glow, unlike the winking beacon
Holy
visible
shit.
before, and of a curious color which I could not precisely
There's
identify.
like so much to him, and
Above
I'm
the
so
slant roofs
stupid.
ahead and to the right, there loomed the tall cupola of the Gilman House, but it was completely dark. The fishy odor, dispelled for a moment by some merciful breeze, now closed in again with maddening intensity.
Okay, I can't listen to that while I'm reading. Guess it wouldn't hurt to burn those. I don't need that. Okay. Well, I mean, I tried playing him a couple of times one night, and I'm bad at it. Yeah, I suck at Wraith too. Actually, I've never once even tried to play Wraith. Maybe I'd be good at it. I don't know. Do I have any bonuses? I bet I do. Oh. I mean, I probably need the oak, honestly. And I probably should look in the right spot. No. I could have sworn I would have had something. Got that. I probably really need the oak. And there's a really good chance that I will just give up on even trying and just, like, be a dog. Also, I gotta pee. How good is this microphone? Could you tell when I turned on my air conditioner? Could you hear me pee? It's von Hohenheim. In the other microphones, when I talked right into them, it would say that it picked up like 7% or some shit. And on this one, it's saying like 30%. So I'm assuming it's a lot louder. But I don't know if my air conditioner fucks with it. What is Big H? Oh, you're still talking about the von Hohenheim thing? I just finished my rum. All of it's gone now. There might be one drop left. I'm going to try to get it out. Yeah, there was one drop. It's all gone now. This shit's really good. It's like the cheap brand Cruisin' Cruzan. It's only $15. And it tastes really fucking good, even by itself. I won. Yay!
Dark and wondrous place.
I mean, I wouldn't call it undetectable. I always see the bats coming at me. I even, like, do what I'm supposed to instead of freaking out once in a while. But yeah, that's not undetectable. That's just like no terror radius. They need to, like, come up with a new word for him. Squeaky. Instead of undetectable, he's squeaky. You'll click ready. Click ready right now, Fang. Click ready. I was worried she was gonna pull out a flashlight at the last second. I'm really afraid of flashlights. Damn it! Okay, I don't care about the tiramisu. I'm just... If I can, I'm gonna kill him anyway. I mean, I probably can't even do it, but if I can. That was so hard. Well, guess I'm supposed to try to get this one, right? I mean, I have to.
What an emotional display.
I have a hex.
Stop with the theatrics.
Well, for fuck's sake. Yeah, they fucking won. I might get her killed. Maybe. Holy shit, I thought for sure Laurie Strode had me there. Thought I just saw something, maybe not. Either way, they've got me.
Don't even try to escape. Fascinating. To bleed out too quickly.
Oh, where's my last bitch?
I've waited for this moment.
No way.
Puny worm!
Why is he drinking worm? Alright, so I got a Death Dracula. That was a surprise.
This is
Glad you said something. Yeah, he called her a worm, and then he drank her blood. And that just makes it gross. I mean, I really like worms too, and still, I think that's fucking gross. Oh, wait. Since I got a depth. What's that one? Oh. I'm always checking what that one is. It's so weird. Oh yeah, what kind of hex did I have? Oh. Shit, I bet that really helped a lot. Because they totally almost got out. That probably helps too. Okay, so I don't really want to fuck with those. That's kind of cool. What's that? That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool too. Honestly, how many people fuck with totems, though? Oh, my bad. Let's see what that does. Oh, I don't have to use this right now. Something, I don't have anything fun. Whatever. I don't really need those right now either. Are these fun? That is kind of fun. Those are both kind of cool. How many of those do you have? That's neat. Those are some really good add-ons. I still don't really need to use them right now, though. I'm just kind of fucking around. I mean, I might as well try to learn what I'm doing a little bit while I'm already doing it, right? I didn't teleport once. I feel like the last time I played, pretty much all I did was teleport, even though I wasn't trying to. I turn the book back on though, maybe, if I can get to it. I can't get to it right now. I'm a dog. I'm a dog. Oh, you got me.
Stop with the theatrics.
Wow, you two aren't gonna help your friend? Dracula's not afraid of fog.
I have waited for this moment.
You said you were good at this.
What an emotional display.
How do I
opportunity.
I like that. Yeah, you should do that because I don't know where to take you. You're probably gonna get away. There you go. Where did the other one go? Who unhooked you? I need Oh, the fog actually helped somebody. You can go right there.
Escape is impossible.
Can't help it.
Destiny can be quite fun at times.
Well, fuck you. You're not gonna get away. Hi, Nia.
Impeccable time.
Yeah, I should have been transforming. I forgot and just played. And I shouldn't have.
Destiny can be quite fun at times.
I really like that Hellfire.
had not quite crossed the street when I heard a muttering band advancing along Washington from the north. As they reached the broad open space where I had my first disquieting glimpse of the moonlit water, I could see them plainly only a block away, and was horrified by the bestial abnormality of their faces and the dog-like subhumanness of their crouching gait. One man moved in a positively simian way, with long arms frequently touching the ground, while another figure, robed and tiara'd, seemed to progress in an almost hopping fashion. I judged this party to be the one I had seen in the Gilman's courtyard, the one, therefore, most closely on my trail. As some of the figures turned to look in my direction, I was transfixed with fright, yet managed to preserve the casual, shambling gait I'd assumed. To this day, I do not know whether they saw me or not. If they did, my stratagem must have deceived them, for they passed on across the moonlit space without varying their course, meanwhile croaking and jabbering in some hateful guttural patois I could not identify. Once more in shadow, I resumed my former dog trot past the leaning and decrepit houses that stared blankly into the night. As we crossed to the western sidewalk, I rounded the nearest corner into Bates Street, where I kept close to the buildings on the southern side. I passed 2 houses showing signs of habitation, one of which had faint lights and upper
What would
rooms,
Lovecraft
yet met
say
with
about
no
black
obstacle.
people?
As I turned into Main Street, I felt measurably safer, but received a shock when a man reeled out of a black doorway directly in front of me. He proved, however, too hopelessly drunk to be a menace, so that I reached the dismal ruins of the Bank Street warehouses in safety. No one was stirring in that dead street
Don't
beside the
even
river
try
gorge,
to escape.
and the roar of the waterfalls quite drowned my footsteps. It was a long dog trot to the ruined station, and the great brick warehouse walls around me seemed somehow more terrifying than the fronts of the private houses. At last I saw the ancient arcaded station, or what was left of it, and made directly for the tracks that started from its farther end. The rails were rusty, but mainly intact, and not more than half the ties had rotted away. Walking or running on such a surface was very difficult, but I did my best, and on the whole made very fair time. For some distance the line kept on along the gorge's brink, but at length I reached the long, covered bridge where it crossed the chasm at a dizzy height. The condition of this bridge would determine my next step. If humanly possible, I would use it. If not, I would have to risk more street wandering and take the nearest Tiger Bridge. The vast, barn-like length of the old bridge gleamed spectrally in the moonlight, and I saw that the ties were safe for at least a few feet within. Entering, I began to use my flashlight and was almost knocked down by the cloud of bats that flapped past me. About halfway across, there was a perilous gap in the ties, which I feared for a moment would halt me, but in the end I risked a desperate jump, which fortunately succeeded. I was glad to see the moonlight again when I emerged from that macabre tunnel. The old tracks crossed River Street at grade, and I once veered off into a region increasingly rural, and with less and less of Innsmouth's aberrant, fishy odor. Here the dense growth of weeds and briars hindered me and cruelly tore my clothes, but I was nonetheless glad that they were there to give me concealment in case of peril. I knew that much of my route must be visible from the Rowley Road. The marshy region began very shortly, with a single track on a low, grassy embankment where the weedy growth was somewhat thinner. Then came a sort of island of higher ground, where the line passed through a shallow open cut, choked with bushes and grass. I was very glad of this partial shelter, since at this point the Rowley Road was uncomfortably near, according to my window view. At the end of the cut it would cross the track and swerve off to a safer distance, but meanwhile I must be exceedingly careful. I was by this time thankfully certain that the railway itself was not patrolled. Just before entering the cut, I glanced behind me, but saw no pursuer. The ancient spires and roofs of decaying Innsmouth gleamed lovely and ethereal in the magic yellow moonlight, and I thought of how they must have looked in the old days before the shadow fell. Then, as my gaze circled inland from the town, something less tranquil arrested my notice and held me immobile for a second. What I saw, or fancied I saw, was a disturbing suggestion of undulant motion far to the south. A suggestion which made me conclude that a very large horde must be pouring out of the city along the level Ipswich Road. The distance was great, and I could distinguish nothing in detail, but I did not at all like the look of that moving column. It undulated too much, and glistened too brightly in the rays of the now westering moon. There was a suggestion of sound, too, though the wind was blowing the other way. A suggestion of bestial scraping and bellowing, even worse than the muttering of the parties I had lately overheard. All sorts of unpleasant conjectures crossed my mind. I thought of those very extreme Innsmouth types said to be hidden in crumbling, centuried warrens near the waterfront. I thought, too, of those nameless swimmers I had seen. Counting the parties so far glimpsed, as well as those presumably covering other roads, the number of my pursuers must be strangely large for a town as depopulated as Innsmouth. Whence could come the dense personnel of such a column as I now beheld? Did those ancient, unclubbed warrens teem with a twisted, uncatalogued, and unsuspected life? Or had some unseen ship indeed landed a legion of unknown outsiders on that hellish reef? Who were they? Why were they there? And if such a column of them was scouring the Ipswich Road, would the patrols on the other roads be likewise augmented? I had entered the brush-grown cut and was struggling along at a very slow pace when that damnable fishy odor again waxed dominant. Had the wind suddenly changed eastward when they blew in from the sea and over the town? It must have, I concluded, since I now began to hear shocking, guttural murmurs from that hitherto silent direction. There was another sound, too. A kind of wholesale, colossal flopping or pattering, which somehow called up images of the most detestable sort. It made me think illogically of that unpleasantly undulating column on the far-off Ipswich Road. And then both stench and sound grew stronger, so that I paused, shivering and grateful for Cut's protection. It was here, I recalled, that the Rowley Road drew so close to the old railway before crossing westward and diverging. Something was coming along that road, and I must lie low till its passage and banishment in the distance. Thank heaven these creatures employed no dogs to track me, though perhaps that would have been impossible amidst the omnipresent regional odor. Crouched in the bushes of that sandy cleft, I felt reasonably safe, even though I knew the searchers would have to cross the track in front of me not much more than 100 yards away. I would be able to see them, but they could not, except by a malign miracle, see me. All at once, I began dreading to look at them as they passed. I saw the close moonlit space where they would surge by, and had curious thoughts about the irredeemable pollution of that space. They would perhaps be the worst of all intimate types, something one would not care to remember. The stench waxed overpowering, and the noises swelled to a bestial babble of croaking, baying, and barking, without the least suggestion of human speech. Were these indeed the voices of my pursuers? Did they have dogs, after all? So far, I had seen none of the lower animals in Innsmouth. That flopping or pattering was monstrous. I could not look upon the degenerate creatures responsible for it. I would keep my eyes shut till the sounds receded toward the west. The horde was very close now, the air foul with their hoarse snarlings, and the ground almost shaking with their alien rhythm of footfalls. My breath nearly ceased to come, and I put every ounce of willpower into the task of holding my eyelids down. I'm not even yet willing to say whether what followed was a hideous actuality or only a nightmare hallucination.
Okay, I almost teleported that
The later
time, but
action of
then
the
I
government,
saw where they
after
were,
my frantic
and the teleport
appeals,
wasn't going
would
where I
tend to
wanted to
confirm
go,
it as a
and I just,
monstrous
like,
truth.
gave up.
It could not
never
let
tried
hallucination
again.
have been repeated under the quasi-hypnotic spell of
But
that
I'll get it.
ancient,
I'll get used to
haunted,
it.
and shadowed town. Such places have strange properties, and the legacy of insane legend might well have acted on more than one human imagination amidst those dead, stench-cursed streets and huddles of rotting roofs and crumbling steeples. Is it not possible that the germ of an actual contagious madness lurks in the depths of that shadow over Innsmouth? Who can be sure of reality after hearing things like the tale of old Zadok Allen? The government men never found poor Zadok, and have no conjectures to make as to what became of him. Where does madness leave off, and reality begin? Is it possible that even my latest fear is sheer delusion? But I must try to tell what I thought I saw that night under the mocking yellow moon. Saw surging and hopping down the Rowley Road in plain sight in front of me as I crouched among the wild brambles of that desolate railway cut. Of course, my resolution to keep my eyes shut had failed. It was foredoomed to failure. For who could crouch blindly while a legion of croaking, baying entities of unknown source flopped noisomely past, scarcely more than 100 yards away? I thought I was prepared for the worst, and I really ought to have been prepared, considering what I had seen before. My other pursuers had been accursedly abnormal, so should I not have been ready to face a strengthening of the abnormal element? To look upon forms in which there was no mixture of the normal at all? I did not open my eyes until the raucous clamor came loudly from a point obviously straight ahead. Then I knew that a long section of them must be plainly in sight, where the sides of the cut flattened out and the road crossed the track. And I could no longer keep myself from sampling whatever horror that leering yellow moon might have to show. It was the end, for whatever remains to me of life on the surface of this earth, of every vestige of mental peace and confidence in the integrity of nature and of the human mind. Nothing that I could have imagined, nothing even that I could have gathered had I credited old Zadok's crazy tale in the most literal way, would be in any way comparable to the demonic, blasphemous reality that I saw, or believe I saw. I have tried to hint what it was in order to postpone the horror of writing it down baldly. Can it be possible that this planet has actually spawned such things? That human eyes have truly seen as objective flesh what man has hitherto known only in febrile fantasy and tenuous legend? And yet I saw, in a limitless stream,
Stop
flopping,
the theatrics.
hopping, croaking, bleeding, surging inhumanly through the spectral moonlight in a grotesque, malignant saraband of fantastic nightmares. And some of them had tall tiaras of that nameless whitish gold metal, and some were strangely robed, and one who led the way was clad in a foolishly colored black coat and striped trousers, and had a man's felt hat perched on a shapeless thing that answered for a head. I think their predominant color was a grayish green, though they had white bellies. They were mostly shiny and slippery, but the ridges of their backs were scaly. Their forms vaguely suggested the anthropoid, while their heads were the heads of fish, with prodigious bulging eyes that never closed. At the sides of their heads were palpitating gills, and their long paws were webbed. They hopped irregularly, sometimes on 2 legs, and sometimes on 4. I was somehow glad that they had no more than 4 limbs. Their croaky, baying voices, clearly used for articulate speech, held
Did you
all the
fuck
dark
up?
shades of expression their staring faces lacked. But for all their
I fuck up.
they were not unfamiliar to me.
Why did
I
my
knew too
Hellfire
well what they
not...
must be.
Did I not charge
For was
it?
not the memory of that evil
I guess I
tiara
didn't
at
charge
Newbury
it.
Port still fresh. They were the blasphemous fish claws of the nameless design, living and horrible. And as I saw them, I knew also what that tiaraed priest in the black church basement had so fearsomely reminded me. Their number was past guessing. It seemed to me that there were limitless swarms of them, and certainly my momentary glimpse had shown only the least fraction. In another instant, everything was blotted out by a merciful fit of fainting, the first I'd ever had. Chapter 5. It was a gentle daylight rain that awaked me from my stupor in the brush-grown railway cut. And when I staggered out to the roadway ahead, I saw no trace of any prints in the fresh mud. The fishy odor, too, was gone. Innsmouth's ruined roofs and toppling steeples loomed up grayly toward the southeast, but not a living creature did I spy in all the desolate salt marshes around. My watch was still going, and told me that the hour was past noon. The reality of what I had been through was highly uncertain in my mind, but I felt that something hideous lay in the background. I must get away from the evil shadow demon, and accordingly I began to test my cramped, wearied powers of locomotion. Despite weakness, hunger, horror, and bewilderment, I found myself after a long time able to walk, so started slowly along the muddy road to Rowley. Before evening, I was in the village, getting a meal and providing myself with presentable clothes. I caught the night train to Arkham, and the next day talked long and earnestly with government officials there, a process I later repeated in Boston. With the main result of these colloquies, the public is now familiar, and I wish, for normality's sake, there were nothing more to tell. Perhaps it is madness that is overtaking you. Yet perhaps a greater horror, or a greater marvel, is reaching out. As may well be imagined, I gave up most of the foreplanned features of the rest of my tour. The scenic, architectural, and antiquarian diversions on which I had counted so heavily. Nor did I dare look for that piece of strange jewelry said to be in the Miskatonic University Museum. I did, however, improve my stay in Arkham by collecting some genealogical notes I had long wished to possess. Very rough and hasty data, it is true, but capable of good use later on when I might have time to collate and codify them. The curator of the Historical Society there, Mr. E. Lapham Peabody, was very courteous about assisting me and expressed unusual interest when I told him I was a grandson of Eliza Arthur, who was born in 1867 and had married James Williamson of Ohio at the age of 17. It seemed that a maternal uncle of mine had been there many years before on a quest much like my own, and that my grandmother's family was the topic of some local curiosity. There had, Mr. Peabody said, been considerable discussion about the marriage of her father, Benjamin Orme, just after the Civil War, since the ancestry of the bride was peculiarly puzzling. That bride was understood to have been an orphaned Marsh of New Hampshire, a cousin of the Essex County Marshes, but her education had been in France, and she knew very little of her family. A guardian had deposited funds in a Boston bank to maintain her and her French governess, but that guardian's name was unfamiliar to Arkham people, and in time he dropped out of sight, so that the governess assumed his role by court appointment. The French woman, now long dead, was very taciturn, and there were those who said she could have told more than she did. But the most baffling thing was the inability of anyone to place the recorded parents of the young woman, Enoch and Lydia Meserve Marsh, among the known families of New Hampshire. Possibly, many suggested, she was the natural daughter of some Marsh of prominence. true Marsh eyes. Most of the puzzling was done after her early death, which took place at the birth of my grandmother, her only child. Having formed some disagreeable impressions connected with the name of Marsh, I did not welcome the news that it belonged on my own ancestral tree. Nor was I pleased by Mr. Peabody's suggestion that I had the true Marsh eyes myself. However, I was grateful for data which I knew would prove valuable, and took copious notes and lists of book references regarding the well-documented Orne family. I went directly home to Toledo from Boston, and later spent a month at Maui recuperating from my ordeal. In September, I entered Oberlin for my final year, and from then till the next June was busy with studies and other wholesome activities, reminded of the bygone terror only by occasional official visits from government men in connection with the campaign which my pleas and evidence had started. Around the middle of July, just a year after the Innsmouth experience, I spent a week with my late mother's family in Cleveland, checking some of my new genealogical data with the various notes, traditions, and bits of heirloom material in existence there, and seeing what kind of connected chart I could construct. I did not exactly relish the task, for the atmosphere of the Williamson home had always depressed me. There was a strain of morbidity there, and my mother had never encouraged my visiting her parents as a child, although she always welcomed her father who came to Toledo. My Arkham-born grandmother had seemed strange and almost terrifying to me, and I do not think I grieved when she disappeared. I was 8 years old then, and it was said that she had wandered off in grief after the suicide of my Uncle Douglas, her eldest son. He had shot himself after a trip to New England. The same trip, no doubt, which had caused him to be recalled at the Arkham Historical Society. This uncle had resembled her, and I had never liked him either. Something about the staring, unwinking expression of both of them had given me a vague, unaccountable uneasiness. My mother and Uncle Walter had not looked like that. They were like their father, though poor little cousin Lawrence, Walter's son, had been an almost perfect duplicate of his grandmother before his condition took him to the permanent seclusion of a sanitarium at Canton. I had not seen him in 4 years, but my uncle once implied that his state, both mental and physical, was very bad. This worry had probably been a major cause of his mother's death 2 years before. My grandfather and his widowed son Walter now comprised the Cleveland household, but the memory of older times hung thickly over. I still disliked this place, and tried to get my researches done as quickly as possible. Williamson records and traditions were supplied in abundance by my grandfather, though for Orne material, I had to depend on my Uncle Walter, who put at my disposal the contents of all his files, including notes, letters, cuttings, heirlooms, photographs, and miniatures. It was in going over the letters and pictures on the Orne side that I began to acquire a kind of terror of my own ancestry. As I have said, my grandmother and my Uncle Douglas had always disturbed me. Now, years after their passing, I gazed at their pictured faces with a measurably heightened feeling of repulsion and alienation. I could not at first understand the change, but gradually a horrible sort of heresy began to obtrude itself on my unconscious mind, despite the steady refusal of my consciousness to admit even the least suspicion of it. It was clear that the typical expression of these faces now suggested something it had not suggested before, something which would bring stark panic if too openly thought of. But the worst shock came when my uncle showed me the Orne jewelry in a downtown safe deposit vault. Some of the items were delicate and inspiring enough, but there was one box of strange gold pieces descended from my mysterious great-grandmother, which my uncle was almost reluctant to produce. They were, he said, very grotesque and almost repulsive design, and had never to his knowledge been publicly worn, though my grandmother used to enjoy looking at them. Vague legends of bad luck clustered around them, and my great-grandmother's French governess had said they ought not to be worn in New England, though it would be quite safe to wear them in Europe. As my uncle began slowly, grudgingly to unwrap the thing, he urged me not to be shocked by the strangeness and frequent hideousness of the design. Artists and archaeologists who had seen them pronounced the workmanship superlatively and exotically exquisite,
I got
though
them.
no one seemed able to define their exact material or assign them to any specific art tradition. There were two armlets,
Yeah, me too.
and a kind of pectoral, the latter having in high relief certain figures of almost unbearable extravagance. During this description, I had kept a tight rein on my emotions, but my face must have betrayed my mounting fears. My uncle looked concerned and paused in his unwrapping to study my countenance. I motioned to him to continue, which he did with renewed signs of reluctance. He seemed to expect some demonstration when the first piece, the tiara, became visible, but I doubt if he expected quite what actually happened. I did not expect it either, for I thought I was thoroughly forewarned regarding what the jewelry would turn out to be. What I did was to faint silently away, just as I had done in that briar-choked railway cut a year before. From that day on, my life has been a
Flashlight,
nightmare
people.
of brooding and apprehension. Nor do I know how much is hideous truth and how much madness.
I don't really-
My great-grandmother had been a Marsh of unknown source whose husband lived in Arkham. And did not old Zadok say that the daughter of Obed Marsh, by a monstrous mother, was married to an Arkham man through a trick? What was it the ancient toper had muttered about the likeness of my
I feel like this
eyes
is
to
gonna be
Captain
like a
Obed's?
real team,
In Arkham, too, the curator had told me I had the true Marsh
just because
eyes.
I got a 4K
Was
in
Obed
every game
Marsh
so far,
my
I
own
think.
great-great-grandfather. Who or what, then, was my great-great-grandmother?
Oh, maybe it's not a real team.
Perhaps
One
this
of the
was all
flashlight
madness.
people left.
Those whitish gold ornaments might easily have been bought from some Innsmouth sailor by the father of my great-grandmother, whoever he was. And that look in the staring-eyed faces of my grandmother and self-slain uncle might be sheer fancy on my part. Sheer fancy, bolstered up by the Innsmouth shadow
Oh,
which had
yeah.
so darkly
It is
colored
a
my
real
imagination.
team. Bunny,
But why had my
it's
uncle killed
pretty,
himself after an
Mrs.
ancestral
Stern
quest in
and
New England?
Stern.
For more than 2 years, I
They-
fought off these
they sound like a
reflections with
team.
partial success. My father secured me a place in an insurance office, and I buried myself in routine as deeply as possible. In the winter of 1930
Yeah, they
to
probably are.
1931, however, the dreams began. They were very sparse and insidious at first, but increased in frequency and vividness as the weeks went by. Great, watery spaces opened up before me, and I seemed to wander through titanic, sunken porticos and labyrinths of weedy, cyclopean walls with grotesque fishes as my companions. Then the other shapes began to appear, filling me with nameless horror the moment I awoke. But during the dreams, they did not horrify me
He's
at all.
filled with nameless
I was
horror.
one with them, wearing their unhuman trappings,
That sounds
treading
nice.
their aqueous ways, and praying monstrously at their evil sea-bottom temples. There was much more than I could remember, but even what I did remember each morning would be enough to stamp me as a madman or a genius if ever I dared write it down. Some frightful influence, I felt, was seeking gradually to drag me out of the sane world of wholesome life into unnameable abysses of blackness and alienage, and the process told heavily on me. My health and appearance grew steadily worse, till finally I was forced to give up my position and adopt the static, secluded life of an invalid. Some odd, nervous affliction had me in its grip, and I found myself at times almost unable to shut my eyes. It was then that I began to study the mirror
Damn
with
it.
mounting alarm. The slow ravages of disease are not pleasant to watch, but in my case there was something subtler and more puzzling in the background. My father seemed to notice it too, for he began looking at me curiously and almost affrightedly. What was taking place in me?
I don't feel like
Could it
this
be
is
that
how
I was
bats
coming to
work.
resemble my grandmother and Uncle Douglas? One night I had a frightful dream in which I met my grandmother under the sea. She lived in a phosphorescent palace of many terraces, with gardens of strange leprous corals and grotesque brachiate efflorescences, and welcomed me with a warmth that may have been sardonic. She had changed, as those who take to the water change, and told me she had never died. Instead, she had gone to a spot her dead son had learned about, and had leaped to a realm whose wonders, destined for him as well, he had spurned with a smoking pistol. This was to be my realm, too. I could not escape it. I would never die, but would live with those who had lived since before man ever walked the earth. I met also that which had been her grandmother. For 80,000 years, Pithalu had lived in Yahanathle, and thither she had gone back after Obed Marsh was dead. Yahanathle was not destroyed when the upper earth men shot death. It was hurt, but not destroyed. The deep ones could never be destroyed, even though the Paleogi and
Oh,
magic
shit,
of
what
the
was
forgotten
that?
old ones might sometimes check them. For the present, they would rest, but someday, if they remembered, they would rise again for the tribute great Cthulhu craved. It would be a city greater than Innsmouth next time. They had planned to spread, and had brought up that which would help them, but now they must wait once more. For bringing the Upper Earth men's death, I must do a penance, but that would not be heavy. This was the dream in which I saw a Shogun, and the sight set me awake in a frenzy of screaming. That morning, the mirror definitely told me I had acquired the Innsmouth look. So far, I have not shot myself as my Uncle Douglas did. I bought an automatic and almost took the step, but certain dreams deterred me. The tense extremes of horror are lessening, and I feel queerly drawn toward the unknown sea deeps instead of fearing them. I hear and do strange things in sleep, and awake with a kind of exultation instead of terror. I do not believe I need to wait for the full change as most have waited. If I did, my father would probably shut me up in a sanitarium as my poor little cousin was shut up. Stupendous
with the
and unheard of
theatrics.
splendors await me below, and I shall seek them soon. Ia Erlie, Cthulhu Fatan, Ia. No, I shall not shoot myself. I cannot be made to shoot myself. I shall plan my cousin's escape from that Canton madhouse, and together we shall go to Marvel Shadow Innsmouth. We shall swim out to that brooding reef in the sea, and dive down through black abysses to Cyclopean and many-columned Yahanathle. And in that lair of the deep ones, we shall dwell amidst wonder and glory forever.
Don't be overdramatic.
You fool! Warren is dead. Welcome once again to Horror Babble. I've wanted to re-record the Shadow over Innsmouth for several years. The first version was recorded during Jen and I's highly experimental formative years, and so we both felt it was in need of an update. Plus, I just love the story. It's a classic. Like our recording of At the Mountains of Madness, there are a few dramatic touches here and there, all of which are intended to enhance the recording. Headphones. You'll find chapter times in the video description below. Thanks as always for your support, folks. We hope you enjoy this team membership. The Shadow over Innsmouth by H.P. Lovecraft. 1. During the winter of 1927-28, officials of the federal government made a strange and secret investigation of certain conditions in the ancient Massachusetts seaport of Innsmouth. The public first learned of it in February, when a vast series of raids and arrests occurred, followed by the deliberate burning and dynamiting, under suitable precautions, of an enormous number of crumbling, worm-eaten, and supposedly empty
She really
houses
likes corners.
along the abandoned waterfront. Uninquiring souls let this occurrence pass as one of the major tragedies in a spasmodic war on liquor. Keener news followers, however, wondered at the prodigious number of arrests, the abnormally large force of men used in making them, and the secrecy surrounding the disposal of the prisoners.
Yeah, you gotta
No
go to your wife,
trials
huh?
or even definite charges were reported, nor were any
you
of the
ran right
captives
back there.
seen thereafter in the regular jails of the nation. There were vague statements about disease and concentration camps, and later about dispersal in various naval and military prisons, but nothing positive ever
Don't
developed.
even try
Innsmouth
to
itself
escape.
was left almost depopulated, and is even now only beginning to show signs of a sluggishly revived existence. Complaints from many liberal organizations were met with long confidential discussions, and representatives were taken on trips to certain camps and prisons. As a result, these societies became surprisingly passive and reticent. Newspaper men were harder to manage, but seemed largely to cooperate with the government in the end. Only one paper, a tabloid always discounted because of its wild policy, mentioned the diving submarine that discharged torpedoes down the marina base just beyond Devil Reef. That item, gathered by chance in a haunt of sailors, seemed indeed rather far-fetched, since the low black reef lies a full mile and a half out from Innsmouth. People around the country and in the nearby towns muttered a great deal among themselves, but said very little to the outer world. They talked about a dying and half-deserted Innsmouth for nearly a century, and nothing new could be wilder or more hideous than what their whispers before. Many things had taught them secretiveness, and there was now no need to exert pressure on them. Besides, they really knew very little, for wide salt marshes, desolate and unpeopled, keep neighbors off from Innsmouth on the landward side. But at last I'm going to defy the ban on speech about this thing. Results, I'm certain, are so thorough that no public harm save a shock of repulsion could ever accrue from a hinting of what was found by those horrified raiders at Innsmouth. Besides, what was found might possibly have more than one explanation. I do not know just how much of the whole tale has been told even to me, and I have many reasons for not wishing to prove. But my contact with this affair has been closer than that of any other lady. I have my own impressions which are yet to drive me to drastic. It was I who fled frantically out of Innsmouth in the early morning hours of July 16, 1927, and whose frightened appeals for
That's
government
your
inquiry and action brought on the whole reported
Escape.
episode. I was willing enough to stay mute while the affair was fresh and uncertain, but now that it is an old story, with public interest and curiosity gone, I have an odd craving to whisper about those few frightful hours in that ill-filled and evilly shadowed seaport of death and blasphemous abnormality. The mere telling helps me to restore confidence in my own faculties, to reassure myself that I was not simply the first to succumb to a contagious nightmare hallucination. It helps me too in making up my mind regarding a certain terrible step which lies ahead of me. I never heard of Innsmouth until the day before I saw it for the first and, so far, last
Can be
time.
quite fun at
I was
times.
celebrating my coming of age by a tour of New England, sightseeing, antiquarian and genealogical, and had planned to go directly from ancient Newburyport to Arkham, whence my mother's family was derived. I had no car, but was traveling by train, trolley, and motor coach, always seeking the cheapest possible route. In Newburyport, they told me that the steam train was the thing to take to Arkham, and it was only at the station ticket office, when I demurred at the high fare, that I learned about Innsmouth. The stout, shrewd-faced agent, whose speech showed him to be no local man, seemed sympathetic toward my efforts at economy, and made a suggestion that none of my other employees should own. You could take that old bus, I suppose, he said with a certain hesitation. But it ain't thought much of hereabouts.
Hello.
It goes through Innsmouth. You may have heard about that. And so the people don't like it. Run by an Innsmouth fellow, Joe Sargent, but never gets any custom from here, or Arkham either, I guess. Wonder it keeps
Sam
running
trying to
on.
save you?
I suppose it's cheap enough, but I've never seen more than 2 or 3 people in it. Nobody but those Innsmouth folks. Leaves the square front of Hammond's drugstore at 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. unless they've changed lately. Looks like a terrible rattle trap. I've never been on it. That was the first I ever heard of Shattered Innsmouth. Any reference to a town not shown on common maps or listed in recent guidebooks would have interested me. And the agent's odd manner of allusion roused something like real curiosity. A town able to inspire such dislike in its neighbors, I thought, must be at least rather unusual, and worthy of a tourist's attention. If it came before Arkham, I would stop off there. And so I asked the agent to tell me something about it.
Okay.
He was very
Thank you for
deliberate,
running
and
forward.
spoke with an air of feeling slightly superior to what he said.
Berlin, could you get the fuck
Well,
off
it's a
of
queer
me?
kind of a town down at the mouth of the Monnoxide. Used to be almost a city, right a port before the War of 1812, but all gone to pieces in
Get
the
off me.
last 100 years or so. No railroad now. B&M never went through, and the branch line from Rowley was given up years ago. More empty houses than there are people, I guess. No business to
Come on,
speak
don't do
of.
that either.
Fishing.
Go away.
I already.
Everybody
Fucking
trades
go
mostly
away,
here,
God.
in Arkham or Ipswich. Once they had quite a few mills, but nothing's left now except one gold refinery running on the leanest kind of part-time. That refinery, though, used to be a big thing, and old man Marsh, who owns it, he must be richer than Croesus. Queer old duck, though, and sticks mighty close in his home. He's supposed to have developed some skin disease or deformity late in life that makes him keep out of sight. Grandson of Captain Obed Marsh, who founded the business. His mother seems to have been some kind of foreigner. They say a South Sea Islander, so everybody raised Cain when he married an Ipswich girl 50 years ago. They always do that about Innsmouth people, and folks here and hereabouts
Found the
always
hat.
try to cover up any Innsmouth blood they have.
Come on, fuck off.
But Marsh's children and grandchildren look just like anyone else so far as I can see. I've had them pointed out to me here, though come to think of it, the elder children don't seem to be around lately.
The humans
Never
make their
saw the old
judgment.
man.
Thus,
And why is everybody so down on Innsmouth? Well, young fellow, you mustn't take too much stock in what people
Go.
around here
Just
say.
lay right there. Lay
Hard to
right
get
next
started,
to me.
but once they
Why
do
can't
get
you just
started,
sit
they
beside
never let
me?
up. They've been telling things about Innsmouth, whispering them mostly, for the last 100
Get your
years.
tail
Yes.
out of my
And I
armpit.
gather they're more
Fuck.
scared than anything else. Some of the stories would make you laugh. About old Captain Marsh driving bargains with the devil and bringing imps out of hell to live in Innsmouth. About some kind of devil worship and awful sacrifices in some place near the wharves that people stumbled on around 1845 or thereabouts. But I come from Panton, Vermont, and that kind of story don't go down with me. You ought to hear, though, what some of the old-timers tell about the Black Reef off the coast. Devil Reef, they call it. It's well above water a good part of the time, and never much below it, but at that you could hardly call it an island. The story is that there's a whole legion of devils seen sometimes on that reef, sprawled about or darting in and out of some kind of caves.
I don't want to listen to the Shadow over Innsmouth right now. I think... Yeah, I am. He's a really neat character. Needing to know my right from my left is a problem for me, though. Okay, I suck at that.
Stop with the theatrics.
Yeah, stop the fucking theatrics. I don't think that's going.
die already. Try not to bleed out too quickly. What an emotional display. Don't even try to escape.
I mean, I feel like I'm getting a little bit better at using him, but also, like, I'm losing now.
My prey awaits.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Black bitch! I do need to get that down real quick, but... Black bitch! Oh, for fuck's sake. Please quit. Please quit because your flashlight didn't work. Just be a bitch and quit. Come on. Is that a black bitch? It's not. Is that black bitch? You're not black. I don't get why they think I'm just gonna let them annoy me. Like, I know there's like a penalty or whatever, but like... It says all these different things, but it doesn't say how to change the color, even though it said that the color was customizable. Yeah, there's no instructions for trying to customize the color. All I can do is turn it on and off. Which is fine and all, but... whatever. It's not just that I want the black woman dead first, but it's that I don't want to play with anybody who's trying to help her. Like, if I'm going after the black character, all the white people should be like, oh, good. And instead they're like all trying to fucking get in the way of it so that I can't kill her. Like, what is wrong with them? Who would do that? That's not how real life works. That's also another reason I don't like playing with other people, because, like, you know, sometimes you gotta be the black character to get, like, an achievement, or because you're doing, like, a specific thing, but, like, they'll just pick the black character because they want to, and then we can't be friends. You're not here? Why aren't you here? Did you go up there? You went up there. Did you see the wolf's little feet when he went down? It was so cute. Hi, Laura. Why am I not getting him? What is happening? That was so weird.
Die already.
Oh, fuck it. Buggy! Buggy! You got me! I got you! Is it still going? Okay. I'm back. I mean, I would rather go after her, but I only see you. Isn't that fucked up? I think it's fucked up. Yeah, I already saw where she went. I know, but I'm already going after you now. Why don't you... You do have footsteps, I just can't see them. You bitch! Fucking stupid fish whore. You sneaky.
I have waited for this moment.
ya? Yeah, go that way. Just gonna let him die because I got Lightborn? Save her. There you are.
Fascinating.
You fell down? Is this your last trick? Oh. That's sad. Hi, Laura.
What an emotional display.
Hi, Dwight. Where's my nearest tug? Probably too far away. That's okay. Who was up on the ship? Guess there's only one other person. Holy shit! Who was up here? I'm still up here. Any scratch marks? No scratch marks. Damn it. I have no idea where to look for the hatch on this one. It pops up in the weirdest fucking spots. Well, next to Shack is a good bed, but it's not there. I mean, even if they're gonna get Hatch, I feel like it would be better if I found it, like, if I heard it around the same time as them or something. It makes me so mad when I can't find it. I gotta pee.
Dark and wondrous place.
I've never heard a British voice in real life before. really wish I had more rum. I guess I could get high. I might be starting to prefer rum a little. Yeah, that reason to run from me. I'm a fucking retard. That's a black guy. No, where's the black guy? That wasn't even his blood, was it? That was so. You're not gonna go away, you're black. Stupid outfit. Stupid black man. Stop wiggling. I'm trying to give you a different hook to be polite.
Escape is impossible.
See how nice I am? There's only one gen left? What the fuck? I shouldn't have even left him. Coal burning bitch, fuck off, let me kill him. Yeah, I know you're there, whore.
What an emotional display.
I unhooked him. Alright, we gotta find... Where is he? Motherfucker! See how he's not unhooking you? Because he's fucking black. Wait, is that a different... No, it's not. No, it's not even different because the black person would never do anything good. Are they not gonna leave? Oh, okay, they're trying. Fucking coal burner.
The humans made their judgment of me.
Hi, Brad.
I sentenced them to extinction.
I guess the teleporting thing is kind of cool. I don't like it that much. I mean, I can't teleport all that far. I guess it's still good. And that's a lot of different shit to try to remember. And I know it says it on the screen and all, but like, I don't know my right from my left. Like, even knowing my right side's all fucked up and my left isn't, I still fuck it up. It's not that I don't know right from left, it's that all my life, my left side was the side that didn't work that good, and now my right side is the side that doesn't work that good, and it fucking confuses me. You say left, I automatically stick my right hand out because that's the one that's gonna fuck everything up. It is confusing. Like the way the feeling is in my hand, it's not like constant pain, but I can constantly feel it. Like there's a tightness and a pressure that never goes away. And it, like, even if I'm doing nothing, like, that's automatically just the side that doesn't work. The same way for, like, 40-something years, the left was always the side that was gonna automatically not work. I feel like sometimes it's let me fly over stuff and sometimes it doesn't. No, don't do that. Damn it. That's not what I'm doing. Fine, I guess I'm a dog. Well, that was effective. I'm still pissed at you from a couple matches ago, bitch. Is anyone black? Yeah, nobody's black. I have to go after her. Where did she go? Dumbass. Oh, I can't see. Ah! I'm blind. Is there someone here? Are they gonna help you? They're not gonna help you. You're trying to trick me. Where did Laura go?
What an emotional display.
I hear you. Why don't I see you? There you are. Found you. Nobody's gonna use a flashlight?
Escape is impossible.
Damn, we were so close to that. Hi, lady. Cool. Is there anything in there?
Stop with the theatrics.
No way. Hey, you. Is that your third one? Really? Alright. How do I do this? That doesn't work. Ah, there it is. There it is.
Don't be overdramatic.
Yeah, don't be dramatic.
bleed out too quickly.
Hi. Oh, Dracula's really great. I'm so glad I figured out how to do that.
Destiny can be quite fun at times.
Damn, I wish Wesker could do that. Okay, 6 of them? What the fuck? 6 of them. The other one I have to use the twins. Yay. And I have to be using a special perk for that one. And I guess it's not so bad. That sucks though. Level 2? Fucking 6 of them on level 2. Okay, well, if I see one of these fucking glyphs, I just have to, like... well, I only have to kill that one, so... 3 of them have fucking flashlights, man. That's... They hang out with a black guy and they have flashlights. Maybe Barefoot Sable will be my friend. Come here, Dwight. I need your little blood orbs. It's the only way I'll be able to hump the table. I guess it doesn't work through the rocks. Let go!
Don't even try to escape.
Why do you want me to come over there? You stay away from him! Oh. Leading me over here. Not you, I saw the black one. Where'd I see the black one? Yeah, you. Give me that one too. Just to make sure you understand. It's for sure because you're black. Yeah, I see you. Haha. That guy. How'd you do that?
Just making me
Oh.
angry.
Again. I don't think you have another decisive strike. I think you're just dead now. Bye, black guy. I mean, I guess I'll... Actually, bring him down. I need that. Okay, now I'll hit you if I can. Oh, I can.
What an emotional display.
Where's Sable? You're not her. There she is. Oh my gosh! Damn it, I really missed this. Okay. Go look at the hatch, Sable. I bet it's over there. I can't really blame her for not liking me.
Humanity is a plague that must be eradicated.
I mean, I completely accomplished my goal. I held Sable down and I humped her for a really long time. Oh yeah, and I killed Detective Tapp. I mean, that was just sort of a side quest, but I did do it first. I mean, yeah, I would have killed them all if I could have, and I couldn't, because I suck. But still, I did what I wanted to do. Aww. I mean, maybe I'll let them go since they brought all that stuff. They're still gonna want to get hooked though, right? Because, like, how are they gonna get points if they don't unhook and heal each other? I'm probably gonna let them all go, though. I like when people bring really old cake. found you.
Die already.
Exactly. Stop trying to get away.
Don't even
Dummy.
try to escape.
Yeah, don't even try. Yeah, go get a black eye. More black eye. I guess I get this you. Real quick. You okay over there, Telly? Gotcha. Hey y'all. She like dancing or something. That's so cute. That's such a cute outfit. I like your pajamas. Bye. Hello. I'm a doggy. Woof woof. Woof woof. No, she went the way I was gonna go. Damn it. Hi. Get rid of this right now. Hey, I got them all. Oh, she waited for me. I missed. Oh my god, it's you! Hi! Hi! That devil guy is probably gonna come save you.
Fascinating.
I gotta go look for a thing. Where was it? Where's the stupid homosexual glyph? Oh, fuck it. Hi. Do that for. See? Gotcha.
Humanity is a plague that must be eradicated.
The David Bowie Warframe? Yeah, black people are hard to see. Is he fun to use? Why are there so many people in their pajamas tonight? Is there like, there's not a thing happening. There's not. I know there's not. Maybe it's not a lot of people. Maybe it's only been a couple people. Oh my god!
Don't be overdramatic. Stop with the theatrics. Escape is impossible. I have waited for this moment. Bleed out too quickly.
I gotta go check on my dogs. Okay, I'm back. He let the fucking dogs outside and just let them sit out there going absolutely crazy at fucking midnight. And then when I asked him to help me fucking get them inside, he took his headset off and pretended he was gonna help. And as soon as I left the room, he put the headset back on. Just like always. Oh, I'm not playing with them. Fucking flashlight lesbians. That's just weird. I don't even remember if I won the last one or lost or what. I was so fucking worried about the way the dogs were flipping out outside. So easy to keep them calm. And then at 11 p.m., all of a sudden, life is just hell. You thirsty from being a stupid bitch? Come here. Hi. Good girl. I mean, not good girl, but good girl. Alright, you can go now. Berlin, get off me.
This is upon you.
Swear to God, cat. Kind of weirds me out when they don't notice the bats all over them.
I have waited for this moment.
Who are you? Give me that. There you go.
Try not find out too quickly.
First girl. God damn it. You. That was stupid.
What an emotional display. Sure, I can hook you if you want.
I mean, whatever. I don't get why you want to be hooked. Weird.
Destiny can be quite fun at times.
Gotcha. I'm pretty much done now. Except they're Megs. I can't just let Megs go. They're so gay. couldn't tell if I heard it. Probably shouldn't be playing this music. She didn't have any trouble finding it. I do need to turn that music off. Makes it really hard to tell if I'm listening to the hatch or not. Like, I thought I could kind of hear the hatch sort of nearby that whole time.
I'm a creature of the night.
That was 1400? Where is it? Yeah, 400 more. Only 2 more on that one. And then probably a lot more after that. Stuff to, oh, yeah, that stuff.
Playtime's over. This time, I will tear you limb from limb.
I think I'll just keep the basic skin. I like it the most. There's another one. Hi, baby. Where'd she go? Monkey, stop, please. Please. Hey, hey, get off. Fucking cat. Go away. Please get off me. Please. Hey, no, come on. Ow! Ow! I'm not doing this with you all over me. Fuck you, man. Fucking bullshit claws.
Destiny can be quite fun at times.
That shit really hurt. For fuck's sake. Over a cat? Where can I complain about this? What, do I have to go on Twitter and look like an asshole? I can't just do it in private? I don't care. I'll go on Twitter and look like an asshole. All I ever do on Twitter anyway. Why am I on Twitter? I remember saying it out loud. Oh yeah, that's why. Motherfuckers. This is gay. Oh, nice.
Way up in northwest Montana, just south of Glacier National Park, there's this brutal stretch of forest that almost nobody talks about. It is the unforgiving backcountry called the Great Bear Wilderness. And if you look this place up, it looks like Mother Nature's greatest creation. All of the photos make it look serene, glassy rivers, endless pine forests, and snow-capped peaks glowing like they protect the place. They call it the purest place on Earth. They say it's the closest thing to untouched that we've got left. But if it was so nice, why is it so empty? And why do people never seem to come back to visit twice? Nobody ever mentions what really goes on in that wilderness, the strange things that keep happening. There is something seriously wrong out there in that stretch of Montana backcountry, and we had no idea how dark it really was until we got there. If you're a regular viewer of the channel, please like the video. You know it's going to be a good one. If this is your first time here, consider subscribing. We have an entire channel for you to binge. And if you're watching on a podcast platform, please give us a 5-star review at the end of the video. It helps more than you think. I didn't grow up in the country. I didn't grow up near forests and rivers and all of these outdoor activities. Nobody taught me how to fish. Nobody taught me how to hunt. But as you get older, you start to want to do these things. You don't know what you missed out on until you start to see it, especially with the internet. So once I entered adulthood and I started watching all of these videos of people going out into the wilderness and fishing, going out and hunting elk or deer and bringing it back to their family and having meat for the entire year, it really called to me. I like the idea of having a connection to your food, and I also like the idea of going and doing something difficult, like going way out into the wilderness and hunting for it for yourself so you could really appreciate it. So I started mentioning to my wife and my friends that I wanted to go on a hunting trip. I didn't even really know how to start. I know you have to get licenses, I know you have to get gear. I know there's certain states that people hunt a little bit more often. And one of my good friends, who's named Ebro, also really wanted to go hunting. So we're sitting around the table
My
one night,
good
and
friend
I guess we're both
Ebro.
talking about it a lot, and our wives heard us. And behind our backs, they conspired to get us a very good Christmas present. So apparently they had done all of their research, they looked up the best hunting in the country, they looked up the best guides of where we should go, and they saved up money on the side, and they surprised both of us. They just handed us both an envelope, and we opened it up, and we both had an itinerary. And initially we thought, oh my god, they booked us a vacation, we get to go on a trip. And then they go, no, you guys said you really wanted to go hunting, so we got you a spot at like the best hunting place. And immediately I'm looking at this Christmas gift when I think I'm going on a beach vacation, and I realize that I'm going on a mission. Because as I'm looking through this itinerary, I'm like glancing up at Ebro and I'm like, okay, this is a very legitimate hunt. This isn't driving to your local forest preserve or driving up to Michigan, doing a little bit of camping. Hopefully you get a small white-tailed deer. That was not this at all. They booked us the most legit hunt that I'd ever seen. I didn't even know they did hunts like this. And we only had about 3 months to prepare for it. Everything was booked, the down payment was paid, and some of our other presents was some of the gear to go on this trip together. And yes, of course, we were excited, like we felt something in our chest, like, wow, we have been talking about this. They set this up for us. Let's do it. Like, this is really exciting. It's something that we get to do together. So the only thing that we have to do is to get into shape and get the rest of the gear over the course of the next few months, and before you know it, it's the weekend of the trip. They didn't just book us flights into Montana, they booked us flights to Glacier Park Airport. And then from Glacier Park Airport, we had to drive deep into the Montana wilderness. Like, I'm talking an hour drive from this airport to this ranch that was in the middle of the woods. I had never been in such immense wilderness. Like, we've done national
What's
parks,
wrong,
we've
monkey?
done hikes, we've done camping trips. This felt different. And not only did we drive all the way into this ranch that was in the middle of nowhere, from this ranch, this wasn't an ordinary hunt. We don't stay at that ranch and go hike out 2-3 hours and go hunting. No. We get there. We see one, and the next morning, we pack up a bunch of mules. Like, I'm talking 6 or 8 mules. And then we ride horseback with the mules for like 8 hours. Deeper into the rugged country of Montana, and we set up a base camp 8 hours away from the ranch that was already in the middle of nowhere. And I'm explaining all of this to you just so you understand. And this was our first ever. Like, I'd been to Dudleytown hunting, but we barely even hunted. So before you know it, it's the next morning, and it's time for us to get going on this 8-hour horseback trek. But first we
What monkey?
so they booked us a 3-man hunt. There's one guide and 3
Give me a few
people that are going
minutes.
to do the hunting. They did this because it was a little bit cheaper, significantly cheaper to be honest. But we didn't have a third guy ourselves, so there was a solo hunter that was coming on our trip with us, and we figured if he's paying this pretty penny to go on his guided hunting trip, he's probably pretty into it. He's probably not a bad guy, and he wasn't a bad guy. He was just annoying. So we meet our guide. Our guide is named Chance. Chance is awesome, very knowledgeable, he's serious, but he's willing to throw a joke here and there. He's a cool dude through and through. We are very excited to keep going on this hunt
Nice.
with Chance and get to know him because being a hunting guide out here, super impressive. I bet he's seen some crazy things. I bet he's got some awesome stories for us. We're pumped to be around Chance. But the other dude doing the trip with us is named Jake, and I'm open to anybody. I'm down to be friends with anybody that I meet. My wife will tell you I'm an absolute golden retriever. And Ebro is saying we want to have fun, we want to make friends. But to all the dudes that are listening, they'll know what I mean by this. He wasn't a nice guy. He was like selling himself to us the second we met him. There's a way that you interact with new guys. Very casual, little light chit chat, joke here and there. You get to know each other over time. And then there's the type of guy that it's like he's doing a sales pitch to you about himself. Immediately oversharing and giving us a little bit too much personal information and why he's and he starts kind of talking gossip.
Can you do it again right away?
Like people he had to get away from for a few weeks. And that's never really a good sign.
What an
Just
emotion.
somebody
Was it you? I bet it wasn't you. I bet it was Sable.
about somebody in my personal life, in case you ever meet them, you're gonna think they're a horrible person. I just think that's a weird thing to do. And I think most people think that that's a weird thing. Because one, I'm probably never gonna meet these people. So why would you do all of this dirt on some person that's messing up your life? Guys don't talk like that. If you were actually here to escape that, you wouldn't be here. You'd just be chopping it up with the boys and we'd be having good laughs. But instead, you're bringing your drama to boys time. Boys don't do that. So right away, me and Ebro's spidey senses are going off like, he's not going to be a fun guy. But it doesn't really matter because when you're on a trip like this, it is very serious. We're being pretty quiet on a lot of the hunting portions, and we have to be here for the whole time. If anything, it's Chance's job to entertain this guy. It's not our job. I don't know how else to say it. I felt a lot of responsibility. And this was one of his first hunting trips ever as well. So Ebro and I are dealing with the immensity of the challenge that we're about to take on. And we have this dude reeking of insecurity, but also hyping himself up. Like I said, a sales pitch. But me and Ebro throw each other some looks. We throw Chance some looks like, you hearing this guy? And he's like, part of the job, guys. We're not going to be mean to him. We're not buddies. Hopefully he loosens up. Maybe he just has a little social anxiety. We all know what he is. We get on our horses and we start on this journey. And at first it's exciting. You're on horseback. We aren't used to being on horseback. This is pretty rugged terrain. It's difficult. It's fun. We're shouting over to each other. We're having good laughs. It's a good time. It really feels like an adventure. But then an hour passes. You know, my quads are my brains, but 2 hours pass, 3 hours pass. My blood is getting sore. From this horse, 4 hours pass, and you realize we're only halfway to base camp. You're starting to get exhausted. You take a break here and there, but you start to look around and you're like, wow, I drove into the middle of nowhere. Now we don't have a vehicle, we only have horses, which I'm already uncomfortable in, and we're going further out. And that's when my doubts started to creep in. I saw on your face too. We exchanged a little bit. It's like, man, girls really got us the most intense hunting trip, huh?
I'll take you up here.
How are you feeling? And he jokingly said, not so good. And I agreed with him. I
like this is a good spot.
Obviously, we're not going to express that to Chance. We're not going to be over dramatic. When we head back, the ranch was a little bit cozier. We don't think we're ready for this. We're already 4 hours out. We might as well get to base camp. But then another hour passes and another. And I'm exhausted from not walking or hiking, just riding this horse. And we are in the middle of nowhere. I'm talking the wilderness, so far away from any level of society that when you look around, you either take in the beauty and you feel a little bit of euphoria, or you get something that feels almost like island fever. I'm surrounded by an ocean of wilderness. If I get there's only wolves and bears and dogs. I can't survive without myself. You start to feel the pressure of that responsibility, the responsibility of your own well-being that you usually don't feel. Everybody listening to this is on a smartphone or on a TV or on their couch. You guys could go to the grocery store and order food. You have a bed, blankets, everything. When you're out that far, you forget what all of those comforts do for you. They call them comforts for a reason. They're comfort. You're looking around and you're like, this place does not care about me or my comforts. I need to survive here. It really shocks you into reality. We get to base camp, so we try to build everything out. And we know that the hunt starts the next day. Because like I said, this is an 8-hour trek. We're not going to get out there. And we have to build out these tents. We build out the campsite in general. There's a bunch of equipment that we brought in on the mules. So base camp is very comfortable. But it takes a while to build out. It is like legitimate manual labor. So by the time we're finished, and Chance is making us dinner, which was an awesome thing that was a part of this, you get prepared to get a culinary experience at base camp. Because we bring the mules in, so there's ingredients, and there's pans, and they're fire roasting meat, and it's a really awesome experience. I had never had food that tasted so good, but I felt like all of the energy that I had for the hunt was exhausted on the journey. And I'm in my tent that night, looking around, and I'm dozing off because I'm so exhausted. But I'm like, I don't know if I could do this. This is a 6-day hunt. I am here in the middle of nowhere. 8-hour horseback ride away from a ranch that's in the middle of nowhere. And it is daylight. I wake up the next morning, sore and exhausted. I was like, He's falling out of it, and I see it on his face. He's like, dude, we messed up. I am not ready for this. But what are we supposed to do? Tell Chance that we need a day's rest, and we're gonna let him leave, and we're at base camp in the middle of nowhere by ourselves? No chance. So we put on our hunting gear, we grab our rifles that we're not very good with in general. The reality is, we might miss when we find an elk, and we might go home completely empty-handed. So we're dealing with not even sure if we belong here, not even sure if we have this experience, and also the fact that we might go home empty-handed because of how ill-prepared we are. It's a very emasculating feeling, but we're doing our best. We're keeping it cool.
Did I
We're
not?
pretending to be confident, and we go out the first morning.
I guess I didn't.
And you don't really start the hunt, in quotes, until you're about 2 hours away from base camp. And Chance knows the area. He's like, usually there's elk out here, so we're gonna keep it low. I didn't realize all of the details that went into this. Yes, we YouTubed as much as we could, but Chance is out there like a legitimate predator. We see some game in the distance, and he's weaving his way through these rolling hills in a very specific manner so that the wind is hitting us in the face and not coming from behind us. Because if the wind is coming from behind us, our scent will go to the game and run off. We won't even get close. I didn't realize how much we actually had to stalk these animals. And if we messed up, they run away. And we aren't fast enough to catch them. I didn't realize how quiet we had to be, how intense we had to be, how tactical we had to be. Hiking for 2 hours, holding all of this gear in the rugged country of Montana, with your fingers getting cold, holding a rifle, is hard enough. But we're also crouching, crawling, whispering, and hyper-focusing on being predators. The mental focus it takes to have composure and to get even close to any of these things is so draining. I never experienced that, and we went back to day camp day one empty-handed. We didn't get close. All of us made mistakes. All of us made chances. But don't worry, 5 more days. Morning of day 2.
There it is.
Stick my head out. I see the regret in Nebro's eyes. He sees it on my face. Exhausting day 2.
Nice.
I got my boots soaking early in the day. Completely miserable day. We got kind of close to one elk. He told me to take a shot at him. I couldn't stop my hands from shaking. There was no point.
What you gonna do?
I would have missed by 10 feet. This elk didn't even run away. It didn't even see us. We did a pretty good job stalking him. I was just shaking so profusely that it walked into a bunch of trees. And there was no efficient way for us to get to the next level to get another better shot. We would have had to hike like a mile around, and by that time, the thing's gonna be gone. We're not gonna be able to keep it around. Mind you, I knew this was gonna be hard, but I thought it was gonna be like, holy shoot, we got it. I had no idea just how difficult it is to have a successful one. Ebro had a chance later in the day. He got a shot off.
I got
missed,
them.
But we didn't see a third one that day. We got all the way back to base camp. I dried my feet near the fire. I was completely miserable. Day 2, we still have multiple days left. I go to sleep, wake up the next morning. I feel like it's Groundhog's Day. I'm living the same miserable day over and over again. But we do our best. But that entire day, I wasn't as locked in as I was the previous days. I was really trying to do this. Being totally honest, I knew at that point I bit off more than I could chew. My body was failing. My mind was failing. but the pressure of being in the middle of nowhere with days ahead of us, I had to hang on. I couldn't break out here. And me and Nero had some exchanges like, dude, can we do this entire week? Like, how are you feeling? I felt like I was gonna get sick. He's like, dude, I already have a sore throat. And we're having those kinds of laughs that are like those miserable laughs, like how I imagine soldiers in the trenches would have with each other. Like, this sucks, but what's the point in not laughing about it? But I knew that.
Good night, K6.
I wasn't having a good time. Chance was definitely.
Thank you for hanging out
even
so
though he was
long.
responsible
It's
for
really
all
cool
this.
of you.
And Jake just never shut up unless we were on the hunt. That was the best part about being out there, is that every time Jake would try to talk, Chance would be like, hey, let's not shout. Because once we were back at base camp, oh my god, yeah, dude couldn't stop talking about himself. It was insane. Never asked us a question. I don't even think Jake knew our names. Me. But it's day 3, we're on this really nice ridge where we have really good cover, and Chance pointed out that there was a lot of foot traffic. We could even see it. There was like a little bit of snow and a little bit of mud here and there, and you could see the hoof tracks. So it was clear elks go through here all day, every day. So he's like, let's wait here for a little bit. I know you guys are getting tired. We have a couple days ahead of us. So let's rest here and try to get it. I love this. I was sitting down leaning on a tree. It was Jake's turn anyway, so I'm not even looking out for him. I'm mentally exhausted, thinking about how many excuses that I could make to the cold water. None of them made enough sense to me to actually try, but I was really daydreaming. A shower. I have to deal with a shower. And right as I'm considering standing up and pretending to roll my ankles so I can get back to my comfortable bed, Chance signals to us that he sees something. So we go over to pretend to be supportive for Jake, who's ready. He's like, there's one right there. And we see this large elk come out of the entire tree. This was the most beautiful elk I've ever seen. Look at this beautiful landscape. It was massive, with the antlers that you think of multiple points, with the eye guards coming out of the front so you know it's a leash that you actually shoot it. But this thing was majestic. And this thing was and I don't mean it had some snow on its back or it had like a patch of white hair. I mean, this thing was white. All of the feathers were the antlers were regular color, but this thing looked like it was out of a fairy tale. It was like Mother Nature incarnate, just walking through this mountains of Montana. And in that moment, looking at it, I was like, oh my god, it's so worth it coming out just for this moment to see it. And Chance puts his hand over the barrel of Jake's gun, which is down, and he says, we don't shoot those. And he basically tells us, he's like, so many emotion. And I could see he was feeling the same thing. All of this intense struggling and hardship, all of the mini battles you're fighting in your mind, just being out here, having the privilege to see an animal like that, makes all of the hardship worth it. And I can see it just face. He lives for this exactly. So we scoot closer to Chance and we're like, dude, what is that? He's like, some of them look like I've only seen him like one other time. It was about 15 years ago. The natives used to worship those things. Like in the forest. And honestly, I believe it. I mean, look at it. It's beautiful. And we're watching this thing walk across. I never want the moment to end. And right as this beautiful creature is about to pass into a tree line, we hear the sound of 2 bricks slapping together. Almost pops our eardrums. And I see the impact on this thing's side. Jake scurried, shot her. Very quickly, guys, this video is sponsored by AG1. My days get chaotic. Long drives, late nights, strange places. So I built one habit that helps me stay on.
Why don't they like it?
AG1 is a daily health food. 1 bean scoop into your morning water and you're done. It combines multivitamins, prebiotics, probiotics, superfoods, antioxidants, all in one simple step. I'm not the type of guy that has 10 different supplement bottles on my counter. I need a habit that I can actually do and do consistently. Scoop, go. It helps me feel supported, steady, and even when my schedule is absolutely nuts. That's the whole goal. Consistent basics that fit in a real busy life and support the body's natural defenses. If you want an easy daily meal, head to my link or scan the QR to claim your free milk when you subscribe to AG1. You'll get vitamin D3 and K2, a shaker bottle, and a sample pack of all 3 new AG1 flavors. Alright, let's get back to the story. But Chance literally put his hand on them. It was like, we don't shoot those. And we were all sharing the moment. Wow, this is incredible. And he leads us around our room to get a better angle and takes the shot. And I saw
Damn,
him
y'all.
enter the side of the oak, and my ears are ringing because we weren't expecting the shot. We all had little earplugs that when somebody's about to shoot, we put them in. But once we knew that nobody was shooting, we pull them out. And this dude still goes around and takes the shot. And after it connects, he's shouting in celebration. I'm talking, saying like, hoorah. He's making all of the noise. Throws his rifle on his shoulder. He's like, I got that thing. Right in the chest. I mean, talk about a bullseye. Like hyping himself up, almost doing like locker room talk. And he's saying it to us. You guys see that? Hit it on my first try. Like almost trying to rib me and Ebro for missing our first 2 shots. And we are looking at this dude. I mean, all of us. What is wrong with this man? Ebro and I don't know what to say. We're not the authority. But Chance says, you shouldn't have done it. You're not allowed to do that. And I shit you not. This man Jake replies to him. Who's gonna find out? Who's gonna tell him? Like as in like, this is our little secret. Like there's nobody around. How will anybody know? How will they know? He is not taking it seriously. He doesn't understand that what he did is going to get him into trouble. And Chance puts his face into his hands. He's and it's like Jake doesn't understand that he's being serious. We're in the wilderness. And he's acting like we're at the corner. Because he goes, only if they find out. Who's snitching? None of us are snitching. And he tries to fist bump us. Like we're all in on this. And he's talking out loud saying, can't let one of those go by. That's a trophy deal. Like I'm talking, this guy is mad. He is a lunatic. And then he starts coming down to go check it out. And I'm watching this man awkwardly waddle down his head. And I realize what's actually weird about this situation. I thought my ears were still ringing. They weren't. It was as if everything went silent after he took the shot, which would make sense. Like, oh, loud bang in the middle of the wilderness, everything goes quiet. The wildlife doesn't know what it is. It was like everything went silent. The wind in the trees, the sound of the leaves, the gusts of wind completely stopped. There was no sounds of birds, no sounds of trees. I'm talking dead silence. And as I'm watching this man go towards his fresh kill, his trophy, the oak is still standing. I see the red dot on its side where it was shot. It didn't run away. It didn't fall down. It was standing exactly where it was. And the other guy saw it at the same moment I saw it. And Ebro asked Chance, why isn't that thing down? Chance said, no. He stands up and starts following after Jake. So now we're all making our way down this steep, rocky hill that we weren't going to go down in the first place. We were going to hike all the way around it.
It's you.
So we have to catch up.
Hi, Laura.
Didn't even ask which way to go. Doing something now without asking the guy, you roll an ankle out. We're talking about life or death situations. And he's just taking risks, putting all of our lives at risk. But we get down there and approach this out, and he's circling, big smile on his face, like tapping its back and saying, no, it's taxidermy. It's stuck right here for me. Must have paralyzed it, seized up on it. I'm talking obnoxious. I don't know if I'm conveying to you how obnoxious this guy is. And we're up close to it. And I'm looking at the entry board on the side of this beautiful creature. And I see the shockwaves of the bullet hitting it, lingering on the skin around the moon. And I'm staring at it. And it's like it's happening in slow motion. Bullets going inside. But whatever impact that it made on the side of this element, it's like it was in severe slow motion. I had to look at it for like a minute straight to see the waves slightly moving. And when I went around to the front of it and I looked in this thing's eyes, looked at the body, just frozen, as if whatever was happening to it was in some type of time. And I'm looking at Chance and looking at him, and we are all noticing all of the irregularities about this. But Jake is with us, and he shouts over to Chance, so where do we cut it first? We gotta cut it up and bring it back. It's a big one, full backpacks for everyone. And I see Chance analyze it. And I realize the sound still hasn't come back all around us. I haven't felt the gust of wind. I felt like something changed once he did that. Chance under his breath and landed the boom. Ebro and I are taking it serious. Whichever way, take us back. None of this is true. But Jake objects. What do you mean? Leave all this media? I'm gonna go home empty. Still running. I'm legit utterly confused. Ebro's like this. He's about to hit the phone. Chance makes the right decision. And he He's in to the delusions. And he goes, oh, shit, we don't have all the tools with us. I know it's your first time. I mean, incredible for your first shot. But we gotta head back to base camp. We have some tools to thaw this thing out a little bit. See, it already froze. So we're gonna come back here tomorrow and we're gonna get everything. All the meat you could ever need. And we're gonna make sure that we get these antlers for you. So
Yeah, you look like a boy. I'm not gonna do it to you.
yeah, I'm gonna need those. Gotta put those on the mount. People need to know about this. We start heading back. Jake is bragging the entire time. The first 30 minutes will not stop talking about how intense that moment was. Take that shot. Take something's life. I'm like, Chance, take this guy's gun away. But after the first hour passed, he started getting concerned and asked Ebro, is it just me?
to the
Everything's
talking
going
point.
quiet. Is that because he took a shot? Everything like knows what
I got a reward for that.
That's what I thought for the first 20 minutes.
That makes sense.
I haven't heard anything. It doesn't even feel cold without the wind in it. It felt like the entire place almost like switched off. It felt like this immense wilderness with all of this wildlife, like it's unpredictable. But when that thing got shot, it was like somebody hit an off switch. It didn't have that same vibrance, that same intensity to it. And then I started to see the small game. Like we saw squirrels and rabbits all day. They're everywhere. And I know this is gonna sound crazy, but I felt like the squirrels were like looking at us. And squirrels always look at you. You know, like they're aware. They're prey. If you're walking by them, they're like keeping their eye on you until you pass. They even like stand up and look at you. But I felt like I was seeing all of these squirrels on their hind legs, looking at us like they were like judging us. I don't know how else to explain it. And they weren't scurrying away or in a tree. It was like standing there, staring at us until we passed. And I saw like 6 of them do this exact same thing. And then we're passing this area where I see like a little jackrabbit. It's also not uncommon for like these jackrabbits to go on their hind legs. Like they're looking for foxes and wolves that hunt them. I see 2 jackrabbits standing looking at us. It would not have been weird before that shot. They are looking out for predators. But for some reason, I felt like ashamed. Like they knew what we did. They're like watching us leave their property. And I'm pointing it out. I'm like, Chance, I was like, yeah, they do that. But I couldn't tell if he was lying to me to make me feel calm, or he's like, yeah.
You okay, monkey?
Looking for wolves. And I'd point out a few of them to Ebro, and he's like, it's not the first time I've seen a squirrel do that. I'm like, dude, it's weird to me. And in like a weird way, I felt humiliated. I felt like the wilderness was looking at us, judging us, and it was humiliating. And we're about 30 minutes away from the campsite at this point, and I feel real humiliation because we turn around this corner and we could see into this clump of trees, and I see a couple of figures standing there. Like, oh my god, is this gonna be some other hunters? Do they know what we did? Are they gonna ask us how the hunt is? We have to explain to them that this weirdo just shot the most elegant creature we've ever seen, and we're ashamed, and the squirrels are judging us. Taking a closer look, and I'm like, what is that? Who are they? They're about 50 yards away, they're into the tree line a little bit, and they're looking at us like they are judging us. It's almost like they're in a high school hallway, and like even the English teachers like looking at you with their arms crossed. Everybody's looking at you sideways. Like, what did you do? We are ashamed of you. And then I realized what it was. It was 3 wolves looking at us ashamed, like they were disgusted. And they were standing on their hind legs, like it was completely. And I grabbed Chance by the arm. Like, have you seen it? He was like, I've never seen it. And these wolves, I mean, they're 5'8" on their hind legs. But also, wolves don't go on their hind legs. They're standing upright, bipedal, like it is normal. I felt like I was in the movie Toy Story, and I had walked in on the toys standing up. I'm looking at these wolves with their arms at their sides, just dangling. Really? Not one of them doing an odd movement. Like, oh wow, that one wolf could stand up. He was perfectly balanced. It was like the entire wilderness thing was an act. Like these wolves are putting on a show when they're walking around on their hind legs and hunting, being wild animals. And Jake shot that elk, and they were like, the show's over. Stand up, look at these guys. Thinking they could do whatever they want. The wilderness was minding its business, and now it's looking at us. Anything and everything. And eventually, we can't see the wolves. That he needs a break. He sits down, starts munching on some snacks. Doesn't ask me, oh, like 25 minutes away from where we need to be. But he's like, nope, time for me to take a break. Like, okay, so we all slightly go in the tree line, walk crouching down, I'm looking for other judgments. Completely silent, but as I went down 4 steps, I was very relieved. Okay, the birds are gonna start start chirping, the wind's gonna start blowing, we're gonna get back to the campsite. Hopefully Chance reports this guy. Maybe the last few days he doesn't have to be here because he just committed I could only imagine. And then I know something the other direction. Alright, things are
I need for you to go in front of me so I can get your scent.
directly behind us. I'm looking around.